my kids. We're going to Santa Barbara. Are we there
Yeah.
yet? No,
I'd like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting of July 17th and a meeting of the City Council acting as a successor agency to the Avalon Community Improvement Agency and the Avalon Housing Authority. And we have to figure out how to make that title a little briefer, a little more brief, a little more brevity.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you'd please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And you may be seated. And I just wanted a shout out to Pat Meister. She had her 91st birthday yesterday. We want to congratulate her. We all see her on the streets every day. She walks around town, keeps in really good shape. So we wish you the best, Pat.
Nice.
Okay, and roll call, please.
Councilmember Albers?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Olson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy? Here. Mayor Marshall?
Here. And before we go into the presentation, Tara, if you don't mind, we have Janie Eisenhut in the audience today, and as everybody knows, she was our Grand Marshal. She has been playing the chimes in beautiful Avalon for 50 years, and we appreciate her so much. But we just wanted to have you come forward and wanted to give you a proclamation from the county. You're going to have to have
I love it.
You're going to have to add a wall in your house. The County of Los Angeles, Janie Eisenhut, Grand Marshal, Annual 4th of July Parade, with sincere congratulations and best wishes. The Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles is hereby joining in your celebration due July 4th, 2018. I don't know if you knew, but Supervisor Hunt was here on that day. Yes, so anyway, we want to say congratulations to you. Okay.
Thank you, Danny. Danny. You're so great.
And we also got a lovely proclamation from the supervisor for the city of Avalon joining us in our celebration. So we'll put that up somewhere. Okay, presentation.
This evening we have Tara Matthews from RSG in the audience, and she'll be providing a presentation to the City Council and the citizens of Avalon, and this was from direction from the City Council in March of this year regarding our 206 East Whitley property.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tara Matthews. As Denise mentioned, we at RSG have been your housing authority and your successor agency consultants for quite a few years. So today I'll be going through a presentation on 206 East Whitley while talking a little bit about eligibility criteria for affordable housing, as well as potentially setting up lottery guidelines for moving into those units.
And can people in the audience hear her? No.
I have a really loud
Can we
voice, so
turn
that's
her
kind
up
of-
somehow? No, we can't turn you up, so you're going to just have to get closer to the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
I am loud and tall, so this is the first one. Okay, so again, just an overview. So we'll go through the process to qualify households as well as establish affordable rents and what that would mean for this property. We've also taken a look at what the net operating income would be based on rent, so that you can kind of see what the amount of money that could be available to go back into the housing fund. As well as we've laid out some considerations and guidelines for setting up a lottery system. And then we've also taken a look at the available funding sources that you would have to rehabilitate the project. And there's some strings that come attached with most funding sources, so we'll go through that so you can consider that when you move forward with the project. So we will start with going through affordable incomes and rent restrictions. So to start off when you're considering the property of rehabilitation, you're going to want to determine what affordability limit you're going to restrict the units to. So that's taking a look at the various income levels, whether it's extremely low income all the way up to moderate income housing, and I'll get into those definitions a little bit more. Once you decide on what that income restriction is going to be, that will dictate the amount of rent that could be collected from those units. You can also consider putting an age restriction on the property, so whether it be senior housing or family housing. You do not have to put a restriction for age, but it's just a consideration as something that you are allowed to do. As well, there will be a term, so an affordability covenant placed on the property. Typically for multifamily properties, that's about a 55-year duration. And then once that is established, then you would screen the tenants for eligibility. So basically whoever's managing the property would obtain income information from the applicant. They also get a listing of assets as well, so see if there's income generated from that. Taking a look at the household sizes, if there's an age restriction, if they qualify for age, looking at credit worthiness, kind of your typical application process for rentals, but the largest piece in there is they are obtaining a lot of income information that then we calculate to make sure that they do in fact qualify for, if it's low income restricted low, or if it's extremely low income extremely low. And so each year the State Housing and Community Development Department, so this is up in Sacramento, they publish income limits. So our analysis in this report was based on 2018 income limits, but moving forward, once the income limit or affordability limit of the project is determined, that gets updated on an annual basis. On page 4 of the memo, there's really good tables that show by various household size and by the various affordability limits what those income ranges would be. And as well on that same page, it also shows you what the rental limits could be. For example, income limits for a 2-person household, the maximum would be $62,000 to be considered low for the low income category. And for example, for moderate, that would be $66,500. Similarly for rents, the range from extremely low to moderate would be $416 a month to $1,871 per month. So again, what you restrict the unit to really affects the income.
Okay, but the example that you're using there is for a 1-bedroom versus a 2-bedroom unit, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, sorry if I didn't say that. Yeah, so because Whitley has 3 1-bedrooms and 1 2-bedroom
Right.
unit,
And
so
I did
that's
have a
why
question
we
about
had to
that, if I could.
include that.
The footnote
Yes.
here says that the 1-bedroom units could be considered 2-bedroom units based on their configuration. And as I recall, they're like, it's a railroad configuration for those units, right? There's a kitchen, and then you walk through a room that
Correct.
could be used as a bedroom to the 2nd bedroom.
Correct.
And then it says your analysis applied the county assessors, and I'm just curious
Which
why.
is 1 bedroom. and
Why? I'm just curious.
That's what it is on the property tax roll information. So.
Or does it have some legal importance or some restriction under the housing laws?
No, you
No.
can, when you go to rehabilitate it, you can define it as you would like. Or,
Okay.
Yeah, so that range really varies, so it's just something to take into consideration when you're establishing those affordability limits. So for the purposes of our analysis, because we just wanted to kind of give you a snapshot, we took a look at the current revenue being generated from the property and what the city is spending each year on that. And then we assumed that all of the units were being rented at low income for our purposes here, and then 3 of those being 1-bedroom, and then the 1 being a 2-bedroom unit. So under this scenario, it would generate approximately $52,860 worth of gross revenue each year. And we've assumed that there would be about $3,750 per unit of operating costs each year. So that's for maintenance, your property management, accounting, just to keep the project going. You don't have to outsource property management. You could do that internally. It is a fairly small project, so there is potentially some cost savings there, and the city could choose to maintain it. Or those are all things that could be outsourced as well, so that would affect those numbers. And then under the scenario, the net operating income then at the end of the year would be $3,860. So this is money that would then go back into your low and moderate income housing asset fund, so back into the Housing Authority's asset fund to be spent on future housing projects. And then the last point I wanted to make here, so it had been discussed before that you were potentially interested in investing about $300,000 into the project for rehabilitation. So based under this analysis, that would take about 7 or 8 years to recoup those funds. So the Housing Authority has 2 main funding sources to pay for rehabilitation on the property. One of those would be bond proceeds, and the other is the Housing Asset Fund. So each funding source comes with strings attached to it and requirements for expenditure. The housing bonds were refinanced in 2015. There's approximately $4.4 million available. And those are taxable bonds, so they're a little bit broader and can be spent on a variety of things. And so it can be spent on both low-mod housing and non-housing purposes. There's no longer a time limit because they are taxable to expend those bond proceeds. So when you have tax-exempt bond proceeds, they typically have a 3-year requirement to expend those funds. But because these are taxable bonds, there's no time limit to expend the funds. So I wanted to point that out because it is a revision from the memo that is included in your packet.
And I'm sorry, could you explain what you mean by non-housing?
Non-housing, yeah.
So non-housing would be basically any capital improvement. So you can't use bond proceeds for operations and maintenance of the former redevelopment bonds, but you can use it for infrastructure or a capital improvement.
Like the rehab.
And then the other funding, and then you could use those proceeds from moderate income all the way down to extremely low. So that's another important thing to keep in mind. For the housing asset funds, and there's not nearly as much of that, there's about 510,000 at this point. It really focuses on building extremely low rentals. So 30% of that has to be used for properties and rentals at 30% AMI or below. So if you're going to use that funding source, you're really kind of pushing down to those lower income limits, and then the maximum affordability limit that those monies could be used on is low. So it's kind of a low and below funding source. So I just wanted to.
Would you rather we save our questions for the end?
It doesn't matter to me, whatever you would like.
So under the Housing Assets Fund, so if we decided not to use it for 206 Whitley, affordability covenant, could that be rental assistance?
Say that one more time.
Could it be rental assistance for people like that are in another, maybe in another apartment somewhere? And they were real low income, could we help with their rent with that housing?
Yes, but you would still want to make sure they're at that extremely low limit because
correct.
we have to report on it and it's harder to meet. But yes, you can use the funds for subsidy. And so in our scenario here, because there's lots of rules attached to this is a harder pot of money to spend. In this scenario, we'd want at least one of the units restricted to extremely low income if the funding source was used to make sure that we can meet that 30% requirement. And then there's caps as well on the number of senior units that can be developed with this funding source. So in this scenario, we wouldn't want any more than 2 units restricted for seniors. The property at East Whitley, because it was a former redevelopment agency property, it must be disposed of for affordable housing purposes by August 30th of 2022. And what that really means is that by that point, you need to enter into like an exclusive negotiating agreement or a development agreement with the developer to develop that for affordable housing purposes. If you're choosing to move...
I just want to understand what you're saying. So from a legal standpoint, the city could not continue to hold it as the housing authority and operate it itself? Does it have to
That's not-
convey it?
No, so,
As long as it's dedicated to the purpose?
correct.
Okay.
So if you continue to move forward with what you're wishing to do here, to invest the $300,000 into the property, restrict it for low income, put those affordability covenants on the property, then you have satisfied the requirement. Yes. So that's kind of getting to the income restriction portion, the revenue that can be generated, and kind of your legal requirements. Now, this next piece I'll be talking about is, if you want to get into a lottery system, or if you want to set up kind of like the parameters for how you qualify and get into the housing. So this isn't something that's optional for the city, and you don't have to do it, but it's something that communities do. So there's kind of two things that you need to think about. So there's just the applicant criteria and kind of basic eligibility, and then there's actually like this lottery system guidelines, so the way that you implement it. So I'm going to start first by talking about the some of the preference criteria that you could include into a lottery system or a wait list program. The thing that I really, really want to highlight here is that it's very important to make sure you maintain fair housing laws. So communities that have gotten in trouble for these types of programs have violated that, or had someone argue that someone is being discriminated against. So it's just something to kind of keep in mind as you move forward. And so then the idea, as I said here, is an applicant would kind of go through the screening process. We'd already screened them for eligibility, so that again is, do you qualify at the income limit? Have you met kind of all the basic application requirements? And then if you wanted to put another layer on top of that to get onto the wait list or to give priority to specific applicants, you could, we have like the list here, so you could say, we're gonna do senior housing. So if you're senior, then you get to move, you get one extra point for being a senior, and you can move higher up the list. Whether residency, so if you're a local resident or if you're employed here in the city, you can start to kind of use a point system that would then start to move people up or down the list, and then they would get called, in order whenever a unit becomes available. Veterans, there's kind of a wide variety of things that you could do, but at the same time, just make sure it complies with fair housing. I can say that there are some communities that don't put any preference criteria, and it's just a matter of who comes first gets where they get on the list. But I know in this particular community there's issues with workforce housing. That is something that you could implement. Typically, things that address like anti-displacement tend to be a little safer bet. So if you can kind of prove that people in Avalon are unable to live here and work here, and you're trying to maintain that they're not being displaced, it should be a little bit easier and less issues. So the lottery system, so I have kind of gone through the eligibility and the preference criteria. So then you typically would set initially an application deadline. So I'm sure here you'll get many applications for these units, but you're going to want to set, this date. We need to have everybody's information in so that we can make sure that they just kind of meet the basic standards. We usually set a maximum number of applications to be drawn during the lottery, so that we make sure that we weed out those that don't apply, but we don't have to keep pulling and pulling. And then we set a date for the lottery. A lot of times the system's set up for that. You can just do it electronically. So it's, the top 20 people on the list get put into the lottery system initially, and then those that don't meet that would then get put back onto the list, and then as units become available, we just pick the top one off of the list each time. We also would be important to set up a policy for saving applications, or how long you can be on the wait list. One of the things that happens is, if you don't kind of maintain the list, then you start to call people and they're no longer here, or it gets a little messy. So we always kind of recommend that maybe you put, you can stay on the list for 2 years, or would need to reapply. And then as well, the similar period similar for setting up the wait list as well. So how long do names stay on the wait list? And then what I think is really important and what I would recommend is that the city maintain one wait list for all affordable housing projects, because sometimes it'll be done by projects, and so then the applicant has to go to each housing development and get on the wait list, where it's a little bit more efficient if you can just kind of have one master wait list that then people would get drawn from. So if the housing authority, was wishing to move forward in this matter, the next steps would be to kind of identify the clear eligibility and preference criteria. So again, taking a look at what income limit you would like to restrict the units to, and then if there's any preference that you would like to give for particular applicants. So again, that's residents or workforce housing, seniors, veterans. And then adopt lottery guidelines. So again, that's implementing the system. So how are you going to run the program to make it sure that it's really clear for applicants coming in, so they understand like when they have to have all their information is, how the lottery system will work, and then how after that the wait list system will work. And then as far as funding source is concerned, using bond proceeds gives you the most flexibility, because you can basically use subsidy for moderate and below, but you also do have the other low mod housing asset income fund that keeps it low and below. So it's a little bit more restrictive to use that funding source, but it's also an option as well. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'm sure we all have some. I have one. So do the people have to re-qualify every year?
Yes, so that's part of compliance monitoring. So once the units are put in place, then each year they don't necessarily have to re-qualify, but to ensure compliance with the funding sources, we have to make sure that those units are being occupied by the correct households. A lot of the agreements, when they get created, is that if people start to become over income,
right.
So we don't penalize people for bettering themselves, but a lot of times that has to be noted and documented in the compliance report, and then when that unit vacates, then it has to be requalified with the
So because the incentive should be for people to want to do better, but then all of a sudden you get a job that pays twice as much, and now you're really not income eligible, or do we raise their rents?
You can do a little bit of, yes, you can do both of those things. It's when you establish the affordability documents on the project, when we would complete it, we write all of that into the document. So there's some communities will allow for raising the rent. Some I've seen will actually kick them out. I don't recommend doing that because you don't really want to penalize people. And then there's others just kind of hold harmless until they vacate the unit, and then would have to
So Annie, you could have a situation where someone qualified as a low income, and with their increased salary is going to be able to move into a moderate. But the real problem is if you have no housing, then
Where do you move them to?
you have nowhere for them to live at all.
Or somebody gets married, or
Yeah.
whatever happens, and then what do you do?
I think that's a larger question that the state needs to address.
Oh, uh-huh.
In terms of just the philosophy of
Yes.
Like for
the
instance,
way that affordability covenants are now set up.
like when there's tax credit funding and even some of the HUD programs, they allow for up to 140% of area median income before something is triggered. So, and that's when they've started off at 80%. So there's different ways to structure it, but we'd want to, explore how the community wants to do that when we establish all the agreements.
Okay.
But then let's say you are in that situation where, say a single person now marries and both have good paying jobs and they're nowhere near the eligibility. Do you do like a 6-month notice, or?
Yeah, so they would have to re-qualify because it's just like a typical application when you apply to move somewhere and it says one person and then you start moving more people in, you're supposed to go back and let them know who all is in the household. So they'd have to re-qualify. So if they collectively and combine re-qualify within the limits, then they can stay, but then otherwise they would have to relocate.
And go to where?
Well, no, I know, but it still is,
Makes
you know, it's a
sense.
difficult question,
No,
but
it
it's an
is.
important one because that is,
Yeah.
in some cases, you know, we don't want members of the community not to better themselves, but also we don't want to take away, you know, an opportunity for somebody who really is in need.
And it's also a way to monitor just overcrowding too, right? Because they're recertifying every year the income and the people living in the unit. So that's a way to monitor to make sure that this one bedroom unit doesn't all of a sudden have 6 people
Right.
living in it.
But I like that the housing could be better than like the Section 8, it's 1 bedroom for 1 boy, 1 bedroom for 1 girl, and da-da-da. And it looks like there might be a little more flexibility, and like in a 2-bedroom, you could have, I think, 5 or 6 people in there.
So it's typically for a 1-bedroom, 2 people, and for a 2-bedroom, 4 people. So it's like 2 plus 1, depending on which state or HUD requirement you're following.
But you had even an additional one, and something that I read here, they could have more. It was more than that, or was that the most? Where it was 3 and 5?
Yeah, that's the
It could be
most.
3 and 5?
That's the most.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 2 plus 1. So
Okay. So if we're running the program ourselves, do we have to use HUD guidelines, all of those?
it's
stuff?
a good rule of thumb,
Oh, okay.
unless you have your own city adopted overcrowding guidelines. But it's kind of your way to monitor that, and then you have something to point back to that you're following. So we would kind of recommend the 2 plus 1.
If we use bond proceeds, and we could call it moderate, but then we could also accommodate the other categories?
Correct. So you can, if you use bond proceeds, you could have moderate and extremely low. If
Okay.
you use housing asset funds, then you could only have low to extremely low.
Can we blend them?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can.
Okay.
Becomes a number crunching game, but we could make it work.
And just to clarify in my mind, if Joe moves in, he qualifies, Joe gets married, they don't qualify, we don't have to kick them out, but when they leave, we have to reassign the unit?
Yeah, so we can set that up when, yes, you could do that. There's, like I said, there's kind of a variety of options in there that we would explore with legal counsel, but you could allow them to stay, especially if they're not over the occupancy requirement as well.
Regardless of whether they still meet the income.
Well, it depends on whether or not you're reestablishing a new lease or not, or how that would work.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, this gives us a lot of hope for that property. I'm excited.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
agreed.
I mean, I'd like to provide staff with some direction,
Yeah.
and unless there's more questions, I'm just gonna jump in.
Well, let's ask if the community has any questions. Nobody has any? Sure, come on up, Leslie.
Leslie Warner, I'm confused. I thought there were 4 units in the main building, so there's only 3 in the main building?
There's 4.
There's 4.
4. So what about the cottage? Cottage is PAL?
It's, yeah, not habitable.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here,
And I guess I don't even know who to ask this question of. We have a tenant in one of the units now.
Yes.
So would this tenant have to requalify every year as well? Even though they've been there for a number of years?
Yes, they would.
Okay.
She wasn't income eligible when she got there. It was my understanding,
I just want to know if she's grandfathered in. Not that I
There's an
enjoy that
issue
word,
we've
but
discussed other times about relocation if that situation occurred.
okay.
Okay, so part of the staff report, we had mentioned the on-site manager. This is only 4 units. One of the things that staff wanted to bring out was we've got several different types of housing problems that you're aware of here in the city of Avalon. And some of that's low mod, trying to serve those needs, but also there's a workforce housing, and also there's even city employee workforce housing. And so we were just trying to be real creative and suggest that maybe that on-site manager, because once these tenants moved in, I think they're going to stay there. So it's not a whole lot of movement. It's really the income qualification. Now, really, then it's the maintenance. And we have, at the city here, we actually have great maintenance staff that could serve those needs and fulfill that on-site manager. So that's what we're suggesting, is that you could do two things at once with this property. Is you could do the low mod with 3 units, and you could have the on-site manager, and part of that rent would be part of what that manager would get paid. So you'd still receive rent from that manager, but you could use some of those where you've got that $15,000 in maintenance in your budget to help reduce that rent down. And that manager would be responsible for all of those administrative duties plus all of those maintenance duties. You know, realize that we have landscaping on that property, then there's the call in for doing maintenance. And if we had a professional manager, they would just call the maintenance guy, and now we'd be sending somebody maintenance just instead of having a one-stop shop. And then also, when you have that on-site manager, you're going to have somebody knowing exactly what's happening on that property. So if you're trying to move in several different people into your property, you're going to know that very well what's happening. So, you know, we're just throwing that out there for discussion, that it may be of interest to you, that you could serve several needs at once.
That's definitely
I
worth
like that.
discussing.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was good.
Thank
And I did want to incorporate that in my recommendation of how we proceed with this. I'm looking at the housing element that we adopted for years 2013 through 2021. It indicates that the city needs to do 20 extremely low and very low units, 12 low-income units, 14 moderate units. I was going to suggest 1 very low, 1 moderate, and 1 for the manager. I think that would address needs within each of our income classifications. And with regard to the administration of this, I feel like we have expertise on the island. We've done this before. But this whole lottery system and everything was employed at Bird Park. It was employed at the Senior Center. It was employed at Eucalyptus Hill. And both of those properties are managed with affordability restrictions. So those managers already know how to do this. And I would think it would make sense to solicit a proposal from them. The maintenance person should be doing maintenance. It would be like an on-site person for that kind of thing. But I don't know that we want to make that person responsible for determining eligibility and reading through applications. It makes more sense to me that a company that specializes in that already does that, could do that for us. And then that maintenance person, if the city purchases additional properties, his responsibilities or her responsibilities could expand to include those other properties. That kind of is what made sense to me reading through all of this.
I'd like to use bond money, make them all moderate, to run them down if we need to, through the lottery system.
I don't know what that means.
I mean, if we use bond money, we can maximally do moderate, and through the lottery, we can find out what qualifies, and it can be, anybody can fit in the qualifications.
Well, then you're not telling people what income bracket they need to be in order to qualify.
Oh, you tell them what the different income brackets are.
So once you, the affordability limits will be established prior to the lottery system. So once we say they're moderate. So you can't change it later. So you're going to need to restrict it up front because the affordability covenants get recorded on the property.
But assuming that all of them could be moderate, we could take applications from everyone, and that's then just the luck of the draw instead of saying we have 1 low income and 2 mods and 2 whatever. I mean, and then it's really a lottery.
It's a little,
because if we only needed to have,
it's a little complicated.
we need, or we get the low income people,
Because
get those and put in one pot and pull their name.
Yeah, because the rents will be established based on moderate income, so that will be the base rent. So even though if you qualified someone at a lower level, they're going to be paying more than what the rent is established because you're not going to be changing the rents.
I don't think you were alluding to that at all. It's so maybe if we designate the numbers then of which are which, then you have 2 or 3 different lottery pools. right? You've got your moderate pool, you got your low income pool. And
So they have to qualify to get on the list
Right.
up front, so we know already
Totally understand.
you're available for, moderate, or, so we can know what to
Right.
pull from.
Right. And so, based on those percentages that you were saying, that's why you were saying have one moderate, and then does the moderate go get a 2-bedroom or a 1-bedroom? How do you decide that?
I mean, we could do that by drawing a straw.
By
I mean,
lottery.
they're actually, those units are 2 bedrooms. I mean, if you had a child and a couple, that middle room is perfectly, it's bigger than my bedroom.
There's still a living room in there for them to live?
Yes.
So
Yes.
the right side of the building is stacked with 2-bedroom units.
Right.
And the left side of the building is 1-bedroom, units. So I think on the left side of the building, it doesn't have that.
It doesn't have that walk-through? I'm
That
trying to think
walk-through,
of
that's
it
on the
being in
right
this-
side, because it has that longer L on the
okay.
right side.
So the ones on the left side are
one bedroom. And the others are 2-bedroom, and when we remodel, they could be 2 good bedroom with hallway, whatever you need to make it so it makes sense. It's not, because right now I think they have accordion door in that
Right, it's like a
1-bedroom.
railroad.
And you could make them real bedrooms at that point.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, this is part of the difficulty in, I guess, not having adequate data to tell you where the need is, except for the housing element. And I'm going by what the housing element says, and it says we need housing in all different
Right.
affordability categories. And I think it sends a good message of fairness. We're not just picking out one part of the community to address their housing needs, that we recognize it affects everybody.
But I think, Oli, what you're saying is that if we go with the moderate income, we can still choose
No, it's
low?
just- Earlier we could, now we can't, because the rent's established.
Right.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. And I guess how do you choose what units what?
That's what I,
Put them one of each.
Yeah, so it's wide open for whatever you want to establish the units at. The thing to think about is if the income that's being generated from the property,
Right.
and whether or not you're going to outsource property management and those fees, or if you're going to keep it in-house. So if you restrict them all at extremely low, then you're going to get less income in. Looking at RENA is a good method as well, and to split it up. The 2-bedroom, you can pick really whatever you want, but it gets down to taking a look at the income stream and what it's going to cost to operate to make sure that you're coming out at least
I'm going to
break
assume
even.
that the moderate would be a 2-bedroom, that you probably have 2 wage earners with children, probably have a higher income, and that the maintenance person and the low income could be the 1-bedrooms.
if the person is only doing maintenance, and I could be totally wrong, how much work is there? They're gonna be rehab, and
Well, I'm assuming it's not just a full-time maintenance. They work for the city.
They work for the city, but
Right.
just think of, you have a fourplex, and that there's landscaping around that.
Right.
And then there's going to be, even if we rehab it, there's going to be minor requests.
Right.
They're going to make sure that the trash is out, all those things
Right, and it's a
that
way
you
of
do on property
affording
management. Yeah.
city
Yeah,
workforce housing.
And just even general
that's a great
upkeep on it, something needs to be fixed all the time. And that, instead of getting a call, it gets done, so there's no middle person.
Right.
It just seems, one of the obvious things, if we're going to go with an extremely low, you'd want to use some of those funds as kind of a mix.
Yeah.
Just an
And we're going to have to
observation.
use those anyways.
Yeah, at
so-
some point, so you're going
So
to,
why not use them for the rehab? I mean, that's a fairly.
well, then we get,
Or some of the
where all of
rehab.
it would have to be.
Some. No,
So
no,
to
the-
get one unit, so they
Right.
need that.
Right, the ratio would have to be worked out, but.
Just one consideration on the idea that you're toying with. So you can restrict a unit for property management and put the maintenance person in there really easily. But if you're not restricting it for like property management use, then you're running into not providing everyone with fair access to those units and could be running into fair housing law.
So it should be somebody who qualifies in some,
Yeah.
Yeah, but to restrict it specifically just for like a maintenance worker, you'd have to make it a little broader in your lottery guidelines and your.
so if that person took in a maintenance worker who met the moderate income guidelines, that would be
You
okay?
probably want to open it up as wide as to like city employee, because what you get in trouble with fair housing is that you're limiting access of kind of the general population into the unit. So again, if it was going to be the property manager and maintenance worker, then it's okay to set aside a unit for property management. But if it's not going to be property management, then you're going to want to keep it broader.
Okay.
So that you don't run into those fair housing issues.
And then would that, if it was a city employee, for example, and it was maintenance and all that, is the housing tied to employment? So if for some reason the person was no longer employed by the city, would they lose their housing?
No, because it's just a matter of the lottery system and the wait list. And then once they're in, and then it's just the recertification of income each.
But then if that person's no longer working for the city, for example, then we no longer have the maintenance worker on site.
That's correct.
So that's one of the, I mean, that's a consideration that we have to look at.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so. Yeah, I mean, again, you'd want it to be a designated property management unit that then you would occupy with the maintenance person and combine it there. If you wanted to use off-site management, you're going to want to open it up to a broader city employee category for preference into the units. But I'm sure we could maybe work with legal counsel to see if there's a way around that, but I just worry about the fair housing piece of that.
It's our plan to get direction from council. We'll bring back the guidelines to the council for approval before we go out to bid.
And the $300,000 that we said, Bob, that just was an estimate that you had, huh? They didn't go through and that's not their job at all.
Well, initially, when they did the option B, I was thinking that we were going to put 150,000, and then we'd come back, and that's, remember, option C was to put another 4 units, and then that's when we do the more major rehab after 3 years to the total complex, to make it architecturally appealing, that everything would look good and consistent, you know. And so that, but then if we just choose to do 300,000, it's going to be a more robust remodel. Now we'd be getting into maybe some windows and doors and those things to bring them up to current standards, codes, make sure that all the mechanical and plumbing is, you know, really good shape and it's going to last for a long time. Whereas the other was more, it wasn't just the candy coating, but it was something to make it last for 3 to 5 years while we were going through that, getting ready for that big additional 4-plex, 5-plex. Okay? That was the intent.
Okay. So we need to provide some direction. But I thought this was very, very good. And the more you hear, does anybody else have any comments? I mean, it's going to be an interesting challenge for us going forward. So then, who does what next? I guess is the areas of responsibility to move forward. Who does what next?
You would provide us what criteria, first question is, do you want to develop a lottery system, or do you just want to open it up to anyone without a lottery system? And you know, so you need to set forth the type of units you want to have in terms of allocation at the various income levels, whether you want to use the lottery system or not. And then based upon that, and then the criteria, Elizabeth Hull, working with RSG, will come back probably during the meeting I'll be discussing during city attorney comments for a joint planning commission and city council meeting on housing to approve those guidelines, and then we go out.
See, I guess I have to ask the question again. Why are we reinventing the wheel? We've done this. We did a lottery system at the Beacon Hill. It seemed to work out. We've done it at Bird Park. We did it at Eucalyptus Hill.
So you're saying that
developers nonprofit developers who, that's what they do. They've done it here in Avalon. They have, you know, familiarity with Avalon. I'm just not sure why we need to reinvent the
So you're
the
just
wheel.
saying, and maybe we paid
And
out.
what we did, and we went through the whole thing of residency preferences. There was a residency preference. There was various things that we did in order to try our best to make sure that the housing went to people who live here.
Right, and I don't think that's a problem, because they probably have little points, right?
Right, they did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's an option to contact either
And that would be soliciting a
SK.
proposal from,
SK
From
or-
Eucalyptus
SK
Hill and
Management
Saffron and
Saffron.
RSG. I mean,
Because Michelle does both, she does senior
housing and
Right.
park.
and then
Right.
Melinda does the other.
One question on the properties in which you're saying they had lottery systems, were they the developer? Because in this case, you're the developer?
well, the city was developer and we contracted with the nonprofit. So the city owns those developments, our senior property.
If they were done with redevelopment money, the city wouldn't be, you can't own and operate it? That's why I just want to make sure.
We
we're
don't
clear.
operate it. I'm saying that the nonprofits operate it.
Okay, because there might be just a nuance there with, I mean, there's a difference between issuing an RFP for development property and having a nonprofit coming in and building it and.
No, all I'm talking about
eligibility
is hiring a
criteria.
nonprofit to act as the property manager, to do what we would hire you to do, to figure out the system, to run through the applications, develop the application form and all of that.
Okay, all right, sorry, I was trying to specify the difference there, because you just want to make sure, because you're going to be responsible for the property, that you sign off on all the guidelines, but it sounds like. that's
No,
what you're
we
saying.
would establish the guideline. We would say if we're going to give preference to vets, we would kind of say this is
Right.
what we want, but they would do the actual work.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
The process.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's worth a question out to them,
Mm-hmm.
and then just to see if they're interested at all. And assuming that those folks have a reputable track record. Yes.
Real quick, I just had so redevelopment is, we're talking about Triana, right? And like, because that.
No, we're talking about our property on 206 East.
Well, okay,
Whitley.
but I'm talking about like tax inferred financing, like that's how we paid for Triana, right? Tax inferred financing, which is that whole thing from before or whatnot. But so this whole thing that going on over here, I like the gentleman over here. He says that most people they're going to get in there and stay there, but it's low income and moderate housing. We need to get a stepping stone going on, honestly. A stepping stone.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? So we actually got to start like. Getting somewhere above that, because there's this whole time I've been here in the last 10 years I worked here, sometimes I felt, you know what, I should have taken the easy way out and I should have worked less, you know what I mean? Because if I would have gotten into one of those houses, you know what, I would have been living a better quality of life all these past 3 years. In the past 3 years I lived in my office, you know what I'm saying, just so that I could make it and do something in the community and be able to change stuff. And something that's, that's a beautiful view you guys got up over there on bottom of East Whitley. I think the city's allowed, 5 years to own a property before you have to convert and do this, what you guys are doing right now. But I don't know why we couldn't just, if we got city workers pass by all the time, why can't we just have them do the maintenance and whatnot? We really need to start getting some, our employees can't afford to take that next step, and we need to be able to try to get something going, a nonprofit with some of our local business owners, because at the end of the day, we need people to want to improve their lives, just like you guys said. We need them to get out of that spot and get to the next spot, but there's nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? $1.2 million house, I mean, that's the next step for us here. You know what I'm saying? And it's few far between. But you know what? We got to really find a way that we can actually utilize this money to help make a workforce for us that's going to, get back into this. And our economics is just messed up right now for the whole housing economics. We really got to look into that. RSG, I like RSG. Kind of reminds me of the War Dog movie. It's like IBM. I don't know what RSG stands for. That was a good thing. But we gotta look to the community members. I think some of us gotta start standing up, and that's why I'm here today. And I got some of my friends, and we're thinking about putting a nonprofit together ourselves and actually doing the same thing like Thomas Saffron did up at the Bird Park and the old people's home. And you know what? But at the end of the day, we need this community to stand up, you know what I mean? And I'd like to work with the city and try to find a way, if it's possible, that we could actually do that and keep it in-house, you know what I'm saying? So we could try to give back to our children here, because at the end of the day, we're losing our community.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know if you guys realize that, but over the last 10 years, we're losing our community, and we really need to start focusing on our future and the children, and getting something going on for all of us, and the stepping stone. It's not a stepping stone if you don't go anywhere, you know, and we got to have somewhere for them to go, an incentive for them to step up. And, there's a bunch of different things that I've looked at for the last 2 years as I lay on the living room floor, while the kids sleep in the bed, And, I'd like to reach out to some of you guys and hopefully start working together and do something from our community and not bring in a nonprofit. I looked up Thomas Safran, because man, it really got, I was like, wow, this is really smart. Use government money like this, get down and make it all happen. And, I found some funny facts on top of there. I'll email to you guys. But, at the end of the day, I think that's some of us community members got to start stepping up, and hopefully we can form a nonprofit as a, business owners, so we can provide some housing for our employees and get them to the next step. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. Yeah.
Perfect timing.
So speak up.
I certainly think it's worth a call to see what we can generate from those that are already in the middle of the process.
Okay.
I think it's worth a call.
Okay. If they're not interested, then what's the next step?
Then it would be the RSG.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, whoever, if it's Saffron or Eucalyptus Hill, they still have to run things through our city attorney. We want to make sure that, things are done properly, but it just seems to me that it doesn't make sense to reinvent the wheel, especially with people who know the nuances of running places here.
Right. Okay, and then a question for Bob Greenlaw is, assuming we're moving forward, whether we use a lottery or not,
right?
What would be your plan for 206 East Whitley?
Okay, so I have the plans for the sewer completed, and I'm ready to go out and get some bids on that and get that completed. So you'll have a new sewer line in there, and then we're looking to gut the bathrooms, the kitchen, the floor coverings.
Are you talking about doing this in-house or bidding it out?
Bidding it out,
Okay.
because it would be a public works.
Yeah,
and so it's above the threshold of the $5,000. So yes, I would take our on-call consultant, our engineering consultant, to help put some plans together, and then we would get that bid out and then proceed ahead. And then we'd also, scope-wise, be looking at windows, doors, and some of the finished carpentry in there, renewing all of those things so that, somebody can have a nice, clean unit that we will have hopefully lower maintenance on for a while.
Right.
And that somebody can enjoy a very, a place with a great view, has a yard, has, good facilities. You're really going to help somebody out here with this housing, I think.
And that part underneath, could that be built out for a laundry room or something?
There is a laundry room there already. I have to see as we capture that sewer line whether that can still stay as the laundry room or it needs to be switched to the other side. But definitely both of those can be made into storage.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be made. I mean, they're not high enough ceiling to be to be inhabited. And plus, you'll see some groundwater seeping into the basement there. So it's not something we want to make habitable space.
Yeah.
But could be great storage space. There's not enough storage around there. And then as we're doing the tear down, on the other cottage, is there room for some on-site parking there to help that issue on East Whitley too, for golf carts, because it could pull right in and it wouldn't take up the yard then. So there's some things that we can do in that property, spruce it up. It'll look really good and I think operate nicely.
And then, and moving forward above that, if we decided to put more units at a later date,
yes.
Then does that parking, did that just take up a lot of that space?
Well, it would just be dependent if we put the parking with maybe some garages or pull-ins underneath the building, and as long as we met fire code in there.
Right.
So that could be the front entrance, and then there would be some breezeway that found its way. But that right from East Whitley, you would have parking coming there for the whole complex then, with hopefully some storage also right
Well,
off
there's
the
a-
street.
yeah.
That's at
awesome.
least, you know, kind of a quick snapshot, but
Yeah.
yeah, it would be kind of a robust remodel.
And then can we move the fountain to Five Corners?
Yeah, there's a lot of good tile on that fountain. That's a nice fountain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be
good.
beautiful in the
Yeah.
center of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Would we look at replacing the cottage with a modular,
The cottage with, excuse me?
modular housing?
Yeah, we could.
If we're trying to answer the housing needs, I
Right.
don't necessarily think it's a golf course.
Yes.
It's plumbed and everything,
Yeah.
yeah, I see what your point is.
So, yeah, we could take, yes, just take a look at that and see.
Yeah,
I
good
think
idea.
that's a good suggestion.
That's definitely, I just don't want to remodel that
No,
building, yeah.
Oh,
that's-
no, it's,
Straight in.
yeah.
And just, yeah, we could start over in that pad right there. Yes, that
Right.
could make sense.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, so, do we want to not decide tonight how many units are going to be what income levels? Do we just want to wait and hear back to see if Saffron or Uke Hill are interested?
Well, let's just see if there's any agreement on how those units should be split.
I'd like to go 2-1-1, 2 mod, 2 low, and 1 very low.
But are you assuming the fifth one?
No, 2-1-1.
Oh, two, I'm sorry, okay.
That's fine.
Two mod.
Two moderate, two low, and one extremely low.
I'm good with that.
And then the low and extremely low would be the one bedrooms?
Yeah.
Two
Okay.
mod.
2 mod, 1 and 1.
Okay,
They
yeah.
don't have
The
Two
one
mod.
bedrooms would be
The two
low
bedrooms?
and extremely low, and the two bedrooms
Two
would be the
bedrooms would be
moderate.
mod.
Yeah.
Just to clarify what you guys are discussing, so there's moderate, low, very low, and extremely
Oh, I'm
low.
sorry.
Yeah, so just make
So
sure.
Very low,
There's
low,
4 categories
and
that you can
moderate
choose from.
is what I
So
would,
two moderate, low, and very low, but not low, low.
No low.
not extremely low.
Okay.
Yeah.
So very low.
I don't
So I'm
think,
sorry.
yeah,
Okay.
Not a big qualifier, very low.
right.
And do we, I guess we don't do, like, do we want to, like, give a little preference maybe to vets? A point here or two to vets?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Like a point or two for veterans? You know, give them a
Oh, I
little,
see.
little
Can-
bit of an edge?
Can you back up on your slides, please? There you go. So can we make the criteria that they've been a resident for a period of time in the city of Avalon or not?
Oh, sure we can. I think they should. We're not going to have any trouble filling.
No, I know, but I'm just
So-
saying, if we have the
Yeah.
criteria,
Yeah.
then it couldn't be, you know, somebody who's, you know,
Just
I
off the
don't,
boat.
just, yeah, well, yeah.
Right.
So
No
my,
politically correct way to say
I-
that.
my recollection was that we could not prohibit other people from
You're not-
applying.
Well, you're not prohibiting, but you're giving a
A
preference.
preference.
A preference,
Okay,
yeah.
that's, yeah.
They got more.
It's not a criteria, it's a preference.
Right.
Okay.
So I think residency, and if people typically put a number of years on their residency, Tara, or no?
Yes.
Like
What-
prove
what-
residency for a period of 2 to 5 years,
15
whatever
years.
we decide.
Or however.
But I really think it should be, there should be
Since
some
birth.
sort of preference.
The
what?
Yeah,
15.
as you kind of work
15.
through this, so if you go to the back of the memo on page, starting on page 11, there's a list of other communities that have
Right.
similar. So for residency, you can put a limit on it. And our examples here, we don't have time frames, but you could do that. You could see it under
Right.
employment.
Yes.
Some had at least 20 hours per week, so you can start to put in some of that criteria as well.
Right.
And so maybe if you just think about tonight which ones you want to look into, then you could let your selected consultant, whether it be one of the nonprofits or RSG, kind of take a look at what some of those parameters would be on length of residency.
Or alternatively, if Uke Hill or Saffron are interested, I would suggest they just pull what we did before and take a look and see if there's any changes we want to make to that. Because I know we had residency, I'm pretty sure
Oh,
we
yeah.
had, you know, other kinds of criteria.
But I think residency and vet
Oh, yeah.
is probably, and everybody's, nobody's being displaced from city or city property.
Right.
Right.
Job location, we're all in the same area.
Yeah.
Profession, public safety workers, and whatever. Some of those won't
Yeah, those-
won't
they're not gonna-
qualify. You're exactly right, but some would. So, okay.
Cool.
We have
Need
direction.
anything else?
I think we're
Did we
good.
cover all that? Tara, do you think we covered everything?
Yeah, so it sounds like you established the various income levels that you want it to be affordable to, and then you've given your preference for the criteria,
Right.
so that's what you need to decide on tonight.
Okay, and we did. I think we're saying a residency and vets.
Right.
Yeah, and then
Right.
your last piece there will then be to go out and to solicit some of the existing affordable housing developers to see if they have lottery guidelines and would be interested. in
Yeah,
doing it.
so we don't have to reinvent the wheel if it's there. And then the time limit for how long they're on the list and all that should be and all of that good stuff. Okay,
We should adopt that for the vehicle.
wait, and have a vehicle or no vehicle?
The vehicle list, the wait list. I've been on for 4 years.
Okay, great, thank you very much. I think that was very, I learned a lot.
We won't tell your husband you could have gotten on the boat.
Yeah, oh
We
yeah.
won't tell your husband you could have gotten on the boat.
Okay.
Oh, I missed it.
I could have done that.
Thank you, thank you.
Do we want to take that item out of order?
We have the contract on the agenda under consent. Do we want to take that out of order? So
Oh, I'm fine with that.
that's item 6 on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Take that out of order.
It's the renewal of their contract.
And this would only be as a not to exceed amount, it's only if you need them for preparation of the ROPS. And then if they are selected for the assistance in the low-income housing criteria, this would be the contract for that, not saying that you need to use them for that, but it just sets, if you ultimately decide in a month or two, this would be an add-on to their work generally with the ROPS.
Right.
Okay.
Could I ask a question? Because I had asked finance if they could pull what our expenditures with RSG were last year. I'm sorry, it was a late request.
Yes, Mayor and members of the council, I believe the question was, what did we pay RSG during fiscal year 18?
Yes.
Well, we paid a total of approximately $42,000, and I believe that the payments that we made to them in early fiscal year 18 may have been invoices from the prior fiscal year as well.
Okay.
But the total in terms of payouts was $42,000 and change.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I'm just going to say this, it's a little uncomfortable because the representative is here, and it's certainly nothing, I mean, your work is fabulous. It's just that our successor agency has nothing to do but collect money and pay it over to the bond person at this point. We're not going to have any new projects qualified, so the ROPS looks exactly the same from year to year. The administrative budget looks exactly the same from year to year. I pulled out 4 of them. So I'm trying to figure out, what is it that we're spending $35,000 on?
I think it's an amount not to exceed.
I know, but apparently we
Right.
spent $42,000 last year. So if there seems to be a lack of going back and saying, okay, you know what, the task has changed now. We're no longer moving from redevelopment agency to this new kind of animal where there's all kinds of new forms and we're fighting with the finance department. All we are doing is collecting $2 million a year and paying it over to the bond trustees. Would you agree?
There is a preparation of the ROPS every year, which has different numbers, and then I know that last year was the last year of the normal thing because of the legislation that is transferring oversight agency.
Right.
So there was some work on that, and then I believe there is some work every year we
With
have,
annual reports. I'm not saying that there isn't any work.
It's also an annual appeal with the Department of Finance that we've been doing because they always give us less than we ask for, and so RSG helps with that. But in terms of the actual hourly breakdown, I don't have that. But
Okay. And how is it that they give us less than we ask for?
Well, because
No, I mean, it's all a pass-through at this point.
in the last couple of years,
Was the housing administrative, and you just announced a few meetings ago that
Right.
everybody's
That's done.
put the white flag up and said, we're not going to get it.
Correct. Right.
So essentially, it's the 250 that the legislature's allocated, the amount that we get through the county, right? Nobody even looks at the administrative budget. It's just an internal thing, right? So I guess I'm just saying that from the amount of paperwork and effort that goes into this, I would like somebody to go back and say, is it really a 35,000, not to exceed 35,000, or in our very tight budget, is there another 10 or 15,000 that we can realistically say we're not spending that this year and still getting what we need done? Right. Okay.
Is it okay for me to
Yes,
ask?
absolutely.
Okay. I didn't know if I should get up or not. So there's more than just the annual preparation of the ROPS. I agree that document at this point for the city is pretty basic. But we do have to go through the PPA process of reconciling all of the expenditures. And with the change of people within the finance department throughout the years, we've had to do a lot of kind of bringing everyone up to speed on those activities, and then trying to sort out expenditures, and then sending that to the county and getting those approvals from the county. So that's a lot of what last year is.
Okay, and explain that to me. So do we have to demonstrate that the administrative expenses were actually spent on something related to the successor agency?
It hasn't been asked of yet, but when we move to the new, because now on July 1st, the county-wide oversight boards are in place. And so that's creating a whole new set of things to address. They had surveys that all of the various successor agencies had to submit, and then when we go to that group of people and we're submitting our administrative budgets to them, because those administrative budgets do go to the county and the state controller's office, they could say, nope, we think that's too much money, you shouldn't get the 250, and they can stop the approval of your ROPS. And they may, in that process, ask for justification of those administrative expenses.
So that's interesting, because the state law just says 250 is the minimum, which is what we're getting.
Or as otherwise approved by the oversight.
Okay. So then the question becomes, at what point are you spending money to work for money that you're not going to get? Because honestly, how much money can we justify spending on our successor agency that's simply collecting money?
Yeah, and we'll see. Like I said, up until now, we've had our own oversight board, right? And so now we're moving to that county-wide process, so we're just going to have to see. This next round will be a big learning experience for everybody, because there's no guidelines or parameters out for that. And then the county has been requesting additional information from all the successor agencies as they've been priming and prepping to take over oversight board responsibility. So knowing LA County, they're probably going to be pretty involved because they have been to date on these things, but we'll kind of have to wait and see. And that will be in February.
Okay, I'm just freaking out now because we're working on our budget and it's a fragile document. So I'm interested in this process. Are you hearing rumblings? Maybe because the county doesn't stand to benefit financially.
Yeah, and for this upcoming fiscal year, it's already approved. Right. So you were fine. But when you go to do next year's budget, because we'll be asking for approval of that in February, that's when it'll...
So I'm just trying to understand the politics of it and the financial incentives.
They've just, to date, so most counties didn't request, we have to give them and help finance go through actual payment stubs for the bonds and payment stubs for everything that you pay on the ROPS. They want justification for that, whereas they're really the only county in the state that was doing that prior to it being law. Now it's law, so thank you, LA County, for probably putting that
into the state here. Did the finance department review your administrative expenditures?
DOF?
Mm-hmm, DOF? Yeah. No.
They haven't to date. That's been the responsibility of the oversight board. They do say if you look at your letters that you get approving the ROPS, oftentimes at the very last paragraph, they will make a comment, something like, it seems like the amount is, a little bit excessive, but it's the oversight board's job to, lower that amount. DOF cannot lower the amount in the law. Only the oversight board can. So again, like I said, it'll be this next cycle. So you're fine for your upcoming budget year, but for the one after, when we're approving the ROPS next February with the oversight board, that's where they could start to push back on the amount of administrative allocation being requested.
Okay.
So, and those are some of the things that we help finance.
Right,
as
and
part of
I'm
our
not discounting your experience and all
Yeah.
of that. I mean, honestly, all I'm looking at is what I see
Yeah.
it takes to do it right now. But what you're talking about is certainly
And then I wanted to
something-
mention too that the housing contract, that actually what we've submitted on is just for the preparation. We do all of your housing authority annual reporting and your SB 341 reporting, so it's generally for those services.
It's included in this too.
That's, yeah, so there's
Right.
$25,000 for the successor agency
Right.
and then $10,000 for the housing authority.
Right.
So it's separate scopes there.
So Tara, can I ask you a question about the oversight board? So we normally meet September and then again by the end of January. Is the present oversight board, will we still be meeting, or
No
the
more
county's
meetings,
taking
and
it
you
over,
should-
right? So then.
It's done, and you should do like leave of office forms.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's completed and done, and now LA County, I'll email it to you guys. They've just kind of gone through the process of identifying who those board members are and establishing meeting dates and cycles. So they're still trying to navigate through the next couple months here of establishing the process for how that's going to work, but I'll send you the information that we've collected. We've been bugging them all over the state for like, tell us what we need to know in case we need to come to the oversight board. But yeah, your local oversight board is no longer
So they
needed.
establish a board that represents our city.
No.
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 So LA County,
Entire county.
yeah,
One board for the entire county.
And
Yeah.
everybody's.
This is something for Gateway Cog,
yeah.
because, I mean, I don't understand the dollar incentive for them to deny it to cities. That's,
Well, their dollar incentive for denying it is why they got rid of redevelopment in the first place.
right.
So any
But-
money that's not spent then gets.
But essentially, it would just mean that bondholders would be paid off faster. I mean, it's not gonna, that money's not gonna go to the county if they deny our administrative
It goes
costs.
to all the taxing entities.
All the taxing entities, but, yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
the
it
county
doesn't
would get a
expedite-
percentage of
The
it.
county would get a small.
The city would get a percentage of it.
Right.
The library gets a tiny.
Right,
Yeah.
but, yeah.
And it's also, and just for your own sake of when we're approving ROPS and whatnot, I'm pretty sure that all of the oversight board meetings are going to be held like at the county, so there will not be like coming, maybe they'll come to Avalon just because they want to come to Avalon, but it will require some, travel and whatnot for those activities, because they're going to make them centrally located at the Board of Supervisors there. And there's 5 oversight boards for LA County, just because it's such a large county, they couldn't consolidate it into one because there were so many former redevelopment agencies. But like I said, I'll send Denise information on who your oversight board members are and when they'll be meeting and such. So even though this process seems like it should be getting more and more simple each year, the law changes and then there's something else we have to react to.
Well, it sounds like the next year is easier and then it's gonna get harder again.
Yeah, district.
Well, we have to start dealing with the county like now, so. But as far as your administrative budget, you're good for next year. It just could be the one after, but we would know whether or not they denied or pushed it back before you go through the budget process, so you probably would still be okay, at least at that point, in trying to figure out what to do.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city manager agency director to enter into a contract with RSG Inc. to provide successor agency and housing authority consulting services for FY 18-19 in the amount not to exceed $35,000.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, Rich, Councilman Hernandez. No further questions or comments? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Great, thank you, Tara. Okay. Yeah.
Do you think we could move up the, I think everybody's here for the plastics after we do consent, maybe?
Sure, I don't care.
Yeah.
And when we have well, we sure could. And then we have someone,
Or maybe not. I guess I'm looking out there. I don't know.
Well, let's see if you're not pulling anything off the end.
Well, that was actually the only thing I think I had.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go to the other thing, and I'm sure we could do that. Okay.
Sorry.
Are there any announcements or written communications? I think weren't we going to read? Oh, okay. Well, she's looking at something.
I'm sorry.
No, you were busy. Announcements and written communications. Were we going to read that letter again from Diane Stone?
Yes.
Okay. From the Humane Society.
I thought I had it in.
That was one. Thank you.
It's from the Kathleen Island Humane Society. We have recently learned that several colony cats in Falls Canyon have become extremely ill and have died due to poisoning. Dr. Denny identified the cause as some type of toxin, but couldn't confirm exactly what it was. Multiple samples of blood and tissue were sent to a laboratory for toxicology analysis. Antifreeze was identified as the source. This is a dreadful and agonizing way for an animal to die. It is also completely preventable. There are two obvious ways an animal could ingest antifreeze. One way would be if someone accidentally left a pan or container of it open so that an animal might be exposed to it. The second way is the unthinkable choice that someone purposefully put it on food or in the pan with the intent of killing an animal. This is not only inhumane and cruel, but also against the law. The cats in Falls Canyon are part of a colony. That means that there is a caregiver who takes responsibility for the cats, provides them with food and water, has them spayed and neutered, and brings them to Dr. Denny if they are ill or injured. Because these cats are carefully monitored, it was not difficult to determine that something was very wrong. Other animals, especially the fox and deer, may well have been exposed to the antifreeze as well. There are dogs that run loose in Falls Canyon, but to my knowledge, no owner has reported their pet becoming ill. We would like to think that this is an isolated, accidental incident, but we cannot be naive and blind to the fact that this could be a conscious, malicious, and illegal act. A report will be filed with the Sheriff's Department, and anyone found in violation will be prosecuted. Diane Stone, President, Kathleen Island Humane Society.
Thank you. Are there any other written communications or announcements? No. Department head reports? Oh, we have a. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm good. We're in right order, correct?
You're good.
Okay.
Okay. Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. Here report that we had another incident out there at the Pebbly Beach Road lift station this last Sunday. It was not part of the system that we have running right now, which is the primary system that has our normal pumps, the 3 pumps there, and the hoses. Those are all working fine, and we have a redundant system set up, but our service provider, ES, was exercising the redundant pump, and there was a clamp that failed, and it spilled onto the roadway about 500 to 600 gallons. We contained that between a quick response from fire and also Public Works, and it was contained onto the pavement, did not make it to the ocean, and we made a cleanup that day. So we're also since then made another containment area around the site, so in case something like that happened again, it would stay on the site and not go within the roadway. Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Harbor Department, Saturday was a pretty significant day for us. While on routine patrol, Rescue 2 found a 24-foot powerboat around Seal Rocks that ran out of gas, and the guy and his wife and 2 kids were rowing, trying to keep off the beach. He towed them, got gas, and the guy went home back to Newport. Later that afternoon, we transported a deputy down to the Isthmus on a man overboard, possible, definitely a fatality. While Rescue 2 was down there, the sailboat that the man was off of went and anchored down by Lion's Head, and he called in a report of a boat on fire, and with all the boats, Rescue 2 and Baywatch Avalon were there, responded, and were able to take the boat in tow and find out that it happened to be the same guy where the guy fell off earlier that afternoon. So about 2,300 hours at night, Rescue 2 towed the boat, the victim, and the deputy, and the friend of the victims back to Avalon, and where last I heard it was under investigation. Maybe the CAP can give you the better information on it, but it just goes to show you don't think nothing's going to happen, and then all of a sudden you're right in the middle of it. So we work real close with the Sheriff's Department and the Baywatch Avalon and the county fires. So it was a busy day. It was a busy day. So yeah, a lot of boats coming in, and 4th of July was great. So we're moving forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sounds like it was well handled by everybody involved.
It was. It's just one of those things that you walk down the street and something else happens. You know. So, any questions?
How's the gas dock float doing?
I'm sorry?
The gas dock float?
Gas dock float is coming slow. The pumps are still probably 2 to 3 weeks out, and so I got to tell you, I don't think it's going to happen this summer. But I mean, if it gets in, it won't be in for long. But on the other side of that, it's not like we have lines and lines of people waiting to get fuel. I know sometimes it's difficult to put receipts and stuff in a bucket and lower it down, but it was just one of those unfortunate circumstances. So we're amongst our other issues that are happening in the harbor. We are still working on it. So every day there's something being done.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. When JJ says it was busy, I can tell you it's been very busy. He also mentioned how Baywatch and Harbor Patrol assisted us in that call. When I say they assisted us, they were probably out there about, and I don't want to exaggerate, maybe 5 hours, 6 hours, sitting on a boat waiting for our homicide investigators and all these different people. So they did a great job and really helped us out. One thing we were concerned about was what's the chances of this person falling off a boat and drowning and then the boat catching on fire. So we were concerned that possibly they were trying to destroy some evidence or something like that. So the follow-up on that is the next day, our Air 5, the large helicopter, came over with our homicide investigators, the crime lab, and somebody from the coroner's office. And ultimately, they determined that the other person on the boat did not violate any laws. It was an accidental drowning, maybe even a heart attack or some type of medical problem. But with their assistance, that really helped us get to the conclusion of it, and we really appreciate their help. The other thing on my list, number one, is regarding the cats. And I know Denise just read that story. Once we got the letter from the Humane Society, we immediately started an investigation, and I personally wrote the crime report regarding it. Our investigation so far, it's still open. It shows no evidence of anybody poisoning the cats. Where the cats are at, there are several businesses up there that do use antifreeze. Possibly an accident, they left it out. The cats walk all through those businesses up there. We don't know for sure yet because it's still an open investigation, but there's not one bit of evidence that shows it was a person that did it. I met with the Humane Society, I met with the veterinarian, I met with the person that feeds the cats. I've walked that whole area myself to see what kind is there bowls of antifreeze laying out there, and that's not the case, but there are several businesses that do use it. And for that reason, we're leaning towards accidental, but we don't know 100% sure. We'll have to see what the investigation reveals at the end. The next thing is today, if you were down by Front Street on Sumner, you probably saw a large sheriff's response. We received a call today of a fight with somebody with a knife. And so everybody from the sheriff's station, there was a deputy at home that responded in, hearing it on the call. It turns out there was a fight, but there was no knives involved. It was a small can opener, like an old metal one the person had with them. But ultimately, the cause of the fight was a previous incident where there was an indecent exposure act, and that's what basically the gist of the fight was regarding. And one person was placed under arrest for indecent exposure that did not happen today, but was reported today. And then once we found out about it, we placed him under arrest. The next thing, there was another fight call several weeks ago, and basically what happened is somebody had their cell phone stolen along with a towel and a shirt, some stuff from the beach. Ultimately, the victims tried getting a hold of the suspect who stole the items. The sheriff's department has a full investigation going on. It started off as being a misdemeanor battery investigation, and after interviewing more witnesses, now it's turned into a felony investigation. I don't want to give out any details regarding it so it doesn't affect the investigation, but I've seen all the social media posts about it. I've read them all. We are doing a full investigation, and then it'll be presented to the district attorney for filing consideration to see what happens with that. And that's basically what I have. One last thing, kind of humorous, but not. There was a drunk person last night, intoxicated visitor to the island. He went into Lloyd's store and stole a large amount of candy and then took off running. The employees chased him down. The deputies got there, placed him under arrest, and he was taken to the sheriff's station, and he'll have a court date in the near future.
Okay.
So sometimes it's not diamonds and jewels, it's candy.
Yeah.
What can you do? Right.
Oh my gosh.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah. Captain, I just want to, I just actually am going to set you up to say something yourself rather than me repeat conversations that you and I have had. But recently there's been a lot of activity in town, and there's been lots of conversations that you and I have had. And many members of the community have come to me in the past, of which I've, shared with you, and we've had lots of conversations. But it seems that there's a little bit of disconnect, just in general communication, that we don't. It feels as though something happens and people want to see results right away, and they want to see, hey, XYZ over here stole my backpack. I want him arrested. I want him to go to jail. And, that type of activity is not an arrestable offense kind of thing, or somebody is detained for a certain amount of drugs in possession. They're not necessarily just going to be arrested and taken away. And I'm not the expert on what is a misdemeanor, a felony, or what you get arrested for, what you don't, how you get arrested, how you don't. But I know that when people feel as though they're victimized in some way, they want to see results. And so when you and I have had conversations, it's been, hey, have them come and talk to me. So I'm setting you up to say, please tell the community sort of what you've told me as far as how open and receptive you guys are for people to come in and talk to you.
Yeah, that's one big thing, especially with social media nowadays. Everybody wants to put their opinions on social media, and that's great. I think it's fantastic, because before social media, when did we get the news? Either from the newspaper, or when it was on 4 o'clock news or the morning news or what have you. Now, you can go on social media, and when there was a plane that crashed in San Francisco, and I go on there, live people are getting off the plane, filming it, and I can sit in my home and watch it. Right. And I think that's fantastic. You can see what's going on. But with that, sometimes the people that post on there don't know the whole story, the whole investigation. They're hearing bits and pieces of it. And if you ever have any questions about the sheriff's department, please come to me. Call me. I promise you, I will be honest with you. I will tell you exactly what's going on with the investigation that I can tell. There's certain things that I don't want to, like right now, I don't want to come up here and say, oh, we know who committed this crime, XYZ. and then that person gets rid of the evidence, now we lose the case, and blah, blah, blah. But please call me, Sheriff Station. I will, if I'm not in the office, I will return your call. And some of the investigations take time. Let me give you one example. We have somebody coming over, they live on the island, or they own property on the island. They come over and visit. Person's driving a golf cart, he's drunk, and he crashes coming down Marilla. Ultimately, the 71-year-old lady breaks 5 ribs, pelvic area, very serious injury. We airlift her off the island. 2 weeks later, the suspect that was driving the car comes over, and for his defense, he's going to claim that the brake cable on the golf cart malfunctioned. Climbs under the car and cuts the brake cable. Somebody takes a photo of him under the car. What's the chances of that? I personally write a search warrant to go inspect the vehicle. Okay, all this happened in April. I go out, I bring a subject matter expert on golf carts. They identify it's been cut, blah, blah, blah. Last Friday, so that was April, last Friday, the person just was sentenced to 1 year in county jail for all of that.
Wow.
It does not happen overnight, but it does happen, and it just takes time to go. So if anybody ever has any concerns about the Sheriff's Department, come to me. I ask you, please. I will be honest with you. I will tell you exactly what's going on, and we'll go from there.
Great, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you very much.
So the world of planning, the last 2 weeks. Update on our 4 projects. The Trailhead project is about 60% complete on the exterior stucco, about 95% on the interior drywall, and you're going to see mechanical equipment and elevator installations next week. The Atwater is about 50% on their plumbing and electrical. They've got their new windows in at about 40%, and we're expecting the manifest for all the disposal of their hazardous waste here in the next week or so. Vaughn's, they've completed the mezzanine framing in the back, so you've seen that second story go in on the Catalina side. Rough mechanical and electrical and plumbing is ongoing, and they're also going to be doing some weed abatement around the exterior of it. Zangray is continuing. Foundations for the elevator and the new lobby area are ready for inspection, and they're finishing up, I think, the plan check on their sewer plant, so that's still in process. And that's about, I just want to let people know that Sprint, Verizon, and T-Mobile have all received approvals in the last 6 months to upgrade their antennas, and that work's going to be starting here in the next couple of weeks. They're
thank goodness.
Grading antennas at Baker Tank and up at Mount Ada, so it may help some folks' cell phone service. Do you have any questions
I'm
for
sorry,
me?
Amanda, Baker Tank and where else?
Baker Tank or Mount Ada.
Oh, Mount Ada.
That antenna site up there, right?
Amanda, on the project up at the Zangray,
Yes, sir?
did they have sprinkler plans in? Did they submit sprinkler stuff?
I
in
believe
there?
they did, yes.
They do? And is that, to your best of your knowledge, does that have a tank, or is that coming off the main down there? The
I
main?
don't recall them mentioning a tank. I have to look,
Okay,
but the plans are in.
okay. Or a pump system, or, because one or the other are gonna have to have a tank or a pump system. Okay, I'm just kind of wondering how they're gonna get the water up there.
And was there some resolution on the height certification for Vaughn's?
They certified the top of the elevator. It was going to be about 2 inches too tall once they put the cap on it, so they trimmed 2 inches off of the framing.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Just want to give a quick update on a recap of July 4th and just a couple other Recreation Department updates. July 4th, I think we hit the mark on a few things. One, the theme of the parade this year, Avalon, the beautiful Live in the Beach Life, and our Grand Marshal, and the tie-in to the Chimes Tower. I think we hit the mark on the parade this year. Had a lot of great comments in regards to that and how well that went, how well it was organized this year, and the quality of the floats that we saw this year. We're really pleased with that. And then I think we hit the mark on the bands this year, having some live entertainment throughout the day, and got a lot of good response from that. So some things that we can continue to enhance, but certainly striding in the right direction. Where we missed the mark, and an absolute dud, pun intended, was the fireworks show. I went out on a limb to bring in a new vendor this year and work with the chamber to do so, and the Two Harbors staff, the Island Company staff that ran the Two Harbors fireworks show, and was not pleased at all, and I think the community has responded. We've certainly heard in regards to that. We are in discussions with the vendor. The nice thing is, from all accounts, and I didn't see it firsthand, heard multiple accounts, the Two Harbors show was supposedly excellent, and that was supposed to be our show, and we paid even a little bit more than what they paid for. In discussing with the gentleman we contracted with, they absolutely missed the mark. They had some personnel issues, started with not having enough personnel to get the thing off of, out of San Pedro. They tried to put the show together on the way over here. It was late, it was short, fireworks weren't fired that were supposed to be fired. So discussions, I was hoping to have a resolution by this meeting, but discussions are that they are planning to have a redo of that show sometime in the near future, whether it's July 4th of next year at no charge. And so we're going to continue to follow up that, and I'll report back on that. A couple other things going on this summer. Movies on the Beach, we started our series last week. We're working with Choices to put that on. Our next movie is Paddington, and it's Wednesday. It moved from Monday nights to Wednesdays. I think they were competing against Luau Larry's and Karaoke Night, and so Choices made a decision to move it to Wednesday night. So our next movie will be, again, Paddington on the 25th, so a week from tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. And then we are also going to be hosting an information meeting next Tuesday here at Council Chambers to try and get a Special Olympics program off the ground. I think there's enough athletes to try and do something, have some background in that. We've got some staff that want to support it, so we can report back on our findings and what kind of interest there is in getting that off the ground.
That's great. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, since the last council meeting, processed one payroll, paid a bunch of bills. They're on tonight's agenda. I hope you approve them. And other than that, I've been busy working on the budget. Thank you.
That's great.
It was pages.
So the fire department isn't here tonight?
It's drill.
It's drill night?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I just wanted, I understand we had a lot of calls for, in all that heat, there were a lot of calls. And I know I'd left a message with Dan that maybe we want to talk about some kind of cool rooms or things for people moving forward with climate change and whatever. I mean, we got the bank, we've got City Hall, Council Chambers, and that hot part of the day, 1 to 5. I think we might want to get an inventory and just going forward, because it's not going to get any cooler. It's going to start getting hotter over time. So library is another place.
Post office.
Post office, yeah. So anyway, just might be something that we want to kind of work on in the future, if you all agree. I mean, it doesn't take too much work. It's just notification and kind of getting permission, perhaps. I don't know. But anyway. Okay, so now we are going to the city manager report.
I think just mainly just to make sure that the public knew that we had a budget study session yesterday from 10 to 2, and it was very beneficial. City staff worked yesterday afternoon and today on providing, there was like, I know I had about 33 things on my list the time all was said and done, and I hope that we can provide the majority of those answers to you with the reports when we do the budget tonight. And
thank you.
I think I already told you about the MOUs that we're close with one of the associations, and hopefully by next city council meeting, that association will be on closed session.
Great. Okay. And city attorney?
Yeah, I have 3 items, 2 of which are responses to council inquiries. The first is with respect to Edison and whether we have the right to direct time, place, and manner of Edison drilling in our streets, and we do. We looked at our franchise agreement and under California law, so we do have that authority. So the next time Edison wants to cut, we will be working with them to make certain that we approve their work. The second is the council had asked about our experience in California of enforcing marijuana smoking for nuisance abatement. We've done over 125 marijuana cases, all involving dispensaries, none involving people smoking. We've looked around the state. They don't have any yet, but in other states they use it as a nuisance abatement, like barking dogs.
Right.
So that would be the best vehicle, we believe, to keep the council out of it in terms of, you just cite someone, you can either we can bring it to the council and have the council abate the nuisance and issue orders, or you go to court and have a judge.
Or actually, doesn't a private citizen have a right to bring a private?
Well, yes. I mean,
action?
yes. This is if the city wanted to do it, if you wanted to do that. So that was a question. And then the last one is our municipal code with respect to the affordable housing section is out of compliance with the state law. State law has been adjusted several times. And so we will be having a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and the City Council. One, you're going to set what the goals are in terms of what you want to do. There'll be a presentation of what the law requires. You'll have some parameters as to what you want with your housing ordinance. And we think it's best, since the Planning Commission is actually going to be tasked with doing the bulk of the work in writing that they be at the meeting with you when you give those directions to the Planning Commission. You can also use their experience and actually what comes before the Planning Commission. So I don't know if the emails have been sent, but we're looking at doing that sometime in August to just have a dedicated meeting on your housing code. And then after that, you'd give direction. Planning Commission would then have the process of drafting it, and then we eventually would come back to you for a recommendation. So that's just on our radar. I just thought I'd let you know that that's coming. And that's all we have from our office.
Okay. And council member reports.
Low girl in the totem pole of first. So just to follow up, because that was my question about Edison. I wonder whether it would make sense to send them a letter and indicate that while we don't want to have to exercise this authority, that having work scheduled from June to September, as we have now coming up with their electrical work, is not something we're happy about, or I don't know how we phrase it, but I mean, they're already set for this next project, but I think we need to send the message to them that henceforth we expect them to make every effort to schedule non-emergency work in the off-season the way that all the rest of us do.
And to notify us in some kind of
And to notify
advance.
us in advance
'Cause
or something. So maybe, Scott, you could take a stab at some kind of...
To save legal fees. that-
Oh, okay. Oh, all right, yes.
Great. No.
He charges by the word.
That's true, okay.
Because they do have those plans for some time.
Yeah.
Right.
And I just got I'm sure everybody else did, the last one, it's June through September. You're like, are you serious? June through September for all that electrical work. So that means we're paying increased hotel fee, all of the increased costs.
Right.
So, the only other thing that, I did want to thank the Recreation Department and the Fire Department. It was really fun riding on the fire truck for the first time in the parade, and I thought that there were, everybody really enjoyed the theme and everything that was happening. So good work on that. Thank you.
However,
what?
Because you and I agreed, and I'd mentioned to Dan, no more beach balls.
Oh, yeah.
No. That was kind of hazardous.
That went with the theme, so he assured me the theme.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the beach balls. And then the only other thing I wanted to report, so the LA County Commission that I'm on, the Local Government Services, we had a presentation from the gentleman who is in charge of implementing Measure H, the homeless initiative. And it was very informative. He's very optimistic and upbeat. They've already spent a good deal of the money in this first year and are seeing results. And we've been having conversations with staff about how we can access some of those funds, because it's not just for homeless, but also for preventing homelessness. So I think we want to look into that.
Okay, last week I went to a meeting with George Monroe at the COG, or the Gateway Water Management District Board, where they talk about water all over Southern California except Catalina, and we're just trying to get our name on the map there. George is doing a good job of doing that. And then, coming up Thursday, we have a subcommittee meeting of the hospital revitalization group. About 10 or 12 of us trying to address some of the issues that Ms. Albers raised, and try to help the hospital have a more successful ballot campaign.
Wonderful.
I just want to follow up on one. Mine's just a simple thing. We talked about the deer thing. Have we got any information back or anything back from the state or anybody about the feeding the deer or not feeding the deer? They've been asking me again.
Staff had just reached out to Conservancy, and that was the middle of last week. When I inquired about it, we had not heard back yet, but I will follow up again, Richard.
Okay. And that's it.
Sorry, I got a few.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so to tag on with what Oli was saying, we met with members of the hospital, determined that we would put together a short-term consortium, which will have its first meeting on Thursday. The main topics that we'll be discussing is whether or not we can meet an August 10th deadline to have an initiative on the ballot for November. And also we'll be discussing land issues, development of a design plan, and funding. So we have a member of possibly 2 members of the community, and other members that will be need to be at the table, such as the Island Company, obviously our city representative. So we'll report out after that meeting as well. Thank you, Amanda, for the update on the cell phone service. I had a lengthy comment here regarding the fact that more and more people have moved away from landlines, and you can certainly see it in this year's phone book, that you can't even find hotel phone numbers anymore in a phone book. Everything is online, and I personally have been virtually unable to use my cell phone since about the last week of June. Very, very rarely can I actually get through a phone call on my cell phone during this time where we just have no bandwidth. So that's incredibly encouraging to hear. I'll be attending the Gateway COG meeting on August 1st, and I would like to report that the last meeting that was held on July 2nd, I made an error and missed the noticing information. I was going to call in for the meeting, and I was not aware that I had to notice that at City Hall. I thought it was just the location. So unfortunately, I could not participate. However, I am extremely pleased to announce that I was nominated and will be continuing to serve as part of the executive board of the Gateway COG on behalf of the city. So really good news for us. Then to piggyback on Pam, we've had a couple conversations about the Gateway COG and housing and homelessness initiatives. So I went through, and Amanda is working on getting information. Thank you, Amanda. But the last homeless initiative action plan by the Gateway COG was produced or was voted on by the board of directors on March 2nd of 2011. There has been no further update to that since 2011. That's the last actual initiative and the plan. And we are, you are correct, we are not in that plan, but doing further research, my predecessor on the COG, Michael Ponce, on his own accord, just before his second term, began attending the COG meetings, of which the City of Avalon, even being a member, was not participative in prior. So about in 2010, and that initiative was already near completion. So that's partially why we weren't part of it. But since then, Michael, and you hear me talk about it every month, and myself have been extremely active in participating, ensuring that Avalon shows up on the map, that we're included in all initiatives. And we will be submitting all of our homeless counts to the COG. Again, Amanda's going to update all that information, and we'll make sure that we are back to relevant with the COG and homelessness. But
Okay, yeah, I must have misunderstood because he made it sound as if these were all new plans that had been submitted.
no,
So,
2011,
yeah.
March 2nd, it was voted on. So that
Okay.
being said, I just, we have such great forward momentum right now that I want to make sure that I'm following up on my part of COG too. And lastly, I received an official advisement letter issued by the Fair Political Practices Commission, the FPPC, regarding a claim that Mark Milan, on behalf of the Hermosa Hotel, filed against me, suggesting that I had used my official position to attempt to influence a governmental decision regarding his hotel. The Enforcement Division of the FPPC has decided to close this case without further action, finding insufficient evidence to support his claim. I am obviously grateful for the systems that we have in place and for the checks and balances on our government officials, and appreciate upholding the integrity that I have always put forth in my position as a council member. So for those that have asked recently, I have been cleared of actually all three of these claims that have been filed against me. So, and found not to have any issues. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Oh.
I missed my cue. I have an official statement concerning the deer.
Excuse me, there's a point that'll come under oral communications in just 1 second. Yes, but you're right, you're right on, thank you. And I really don't have much to say other than our chairlift. Anybody can respond to our chairlift? Or please, Joanne Austin, I know you're wanting that chairlift more.
I want it more than you do.
What's that?
I want it more than you do.
I know, so we don't
happen.
have to open it and talk about it anymore.
Yeah, so we hope to have that delivered soon, okay?
Okay.
And I hope to report that soon, and actually, maybe you can be the first ride on it.
I would be happy to. Joanne and she'll sit on my lap.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Greenlaw, we're no longer doing a bid, you're just buying something off the shelf and installing
No,
it?
we're going to we have to complete the bid process with them, okay? And actually get a bid.
Okay, so can I please ask you to contact Acorn, because apparently they've made some efforts. Are
So,
you
I
in
mean,
touch with them?
Yes, but yes, I will contact them tomorrow. We need to issue the addendum with the new specifications, and so that's our next step, okay?
Okay.
And so they can actually put a bid, because we're changing the specifications of the project, because we received no bids on the wheelchair lift style. Now we're putting a chair lift style in. So then now I've got to put that specification or equal, so that we comply with the public contract code. And it's because it's federal funding, CDBG, I need to follow every step along the way. So I'm sorry it's not done yet, but it will be very soon.
You're getting
Okay.
phone calls too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure so.
Yeah, I know we all are, so thank you for the update. Okay, oral communication. This is an opportunity for people in the community to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 3 minutes and no action will be taken.
Hello, my name is Hillary Holt. I am the interpretation and outreach specialist with the Conservancy, and having received communication from some of your staff, I had gotten a statement from Tony Budrovich, and so beginning of quote to end of quote, the Conservancy is not pushing forward deer discussions with California Fish and Wildlife staff until the fall. We are in the process of updating a deer survey, quantity on Catalina Island by area, to use for those conversations and meetings. I would expect Tony Budrovich to schedule time with California Fish and Wildlife in November 2018.
So the fall.
Thank you very much, Hillary.
Hillary, can you send that to us, or did you already to city staff?
I will send it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Judy Greer, 355 Descanso Avenue. I'm speaking today for the Friends of the Library. A couple of good things. We just received a $6,000 grant from the Los Angeles County Community Fund, Finney Community Fund. And this is dedicated to children's programs. So if you have something that you think would be interesting and good for children, let us know. We want to have the city tell us what they'd like to have done with that money. We have some ideas, but this would be great. The other thing is we do have the chest set up, and people are using it every day. So far, it's been huge success. Thank you again, Pam. Also, 4th of July, just for your own information, it was fantastic. The parade was the biggest and the best, and everyone really, really did love it. And the fireworks, that was kind of sad, but the rest was fantastic. Before I forget, on Saturday, we have a big event coming up. Paula Thomas, some of you may know her. She lived here for a long time. She's written a book, and she will be signing her book at the library at 11 o'clock on Saturday, this Saturday. So if you'd all come out, that would be a very nice thing. Then at 3:30, there is another activity that has to do with craft making for older children and adults. So please keep coming to the library and taking a look at what we're doing. Thanks.
Judy, sorry. We should clap for all that, yeah. I heard a rumbling that our librarian might be leaving.
She's gone.
She's already gone?
Oh, we had a big party, I guess, a couple parties. Yes, she's wonderful. She's absolutely wonderful. She got a huge promotion and a better job. And so, you know, what can you say? We wish her well. She was just wonderful. She has, in the meantime, hired a wonderful aide, Suzanne. Please stop at the library and see her. She will take on most of the work now, and we will continue to have every 2 weeks, a substitute librarian who knows nothing. So Suzanne will be doing a great deal of work, and then again, the Friends of the Library for things like this. You haven't seen me in a couple of years, and that's because we've had a librarian. So I'm sorry, you'll see me again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Leslie Warner, 306 Whitley. I'm actually here speaking for Paula Patterson. I have a letter to read. Esteemed members of the Avalon City Council, though I am unable to attend tonight's meeting, I asked Leslie to read for me this letter expressing my hopes that our city will begin to implement stringent sustainability practices in hopes of seriously diminishing the plastic waste that plagues our small, highly impacted little island. In a place that should be a model of sustainability and waste reduction, we have done little to date to address the issue that so many other locations have embraced for more than a decade. We are an island that struggles with huge quantities of garbage, recyclable and non-recyclable, with a landfill that's days are numbered. We ask little of our visitors and our businesses to try and make our island as waste-free as possible. We speak of issues like green waste and compost, but never arrive at or resolve or a plan. We can ban single-use bags, but not until we're required to do so by state law. Still, Vaughn's continues to provide even heavier, non-recyclable plastic bags and advertises them as multi-use. Our polystyrene law is weakly written, and I'm not sure how and who holds restaurants accountable. Does the law apply to all businesses, such as Vaughn's and the beverage company? Has the city made any effort to inform our citizens why it is important that everyone makes a choice that is healthy for themselves and the environment to not use styrofoam? Our cup of noodles made available to the children at our school, exposing them to dangerous toxins when hot water is used with polystyrene. It is imperative for the sustainability of our small town, the ocean, our children, that people begin to make the conscious choice to eliminate use of plastics to the best of their ability. It is a lifestyle choice for which we can make a difference for the future. I urge you to take this one small step towards strengthening our polystyrene ban and ban plastic straws as well. Let's work with Vaughn's to bring back recycled paper bags and begin a program that rewards people for bringing in their own bags instead of making more plastic readily available. Encourage the new store to provide bulk items to eliminate packaging. Encourage people to use refillable water bottles, and ask Vaughn's to sell water that comes in paper cartons. Yes, that is readily available. Instead of the millions of plastic disposable water bottles that are sold here yearly. Ask them to put in a filtered water dispenser in the new store that people can refill their own containers. There are so many things we could be doing. Respectfully, Paula Patterson.
Wow.
Okay.
And may we have a copy of that, may we have that letter?
Sure.
Would you give that to Denise?
Yes, I will give it to Denise. Now,
Yeah.
I would just like to speak as Leslie Warner for my own time, please. If that
Well,
would be-
can you say that till we get to the plastic straws?
No, I have two things I want to share.
Oh, okay.
Unrelated.
Oh, okay.
Seattle, the city of Seattle has an interesting and new program where they give a tax break to homeowners that rent to low-income families or people. And I just find that fascinating. My niece just qualified for it up there as a grad student, and I just wanted to share that as maybe that's an outside-of-the-box possibility for
Wow.
Avalon. I don't know anything about how those tax credit works, but I wanted to share that. And I agree also on one other topic of the 4th of July. It was wonderful, yes. I took a walk July 3rd, 9 o'clock p.m. There was not one bench to sit on anywhere. They were all covered with towels. There's tape all over the streets. There's chairs everywhere. So a couple things. Could the city have VIP seating that they sell, like the Rose Parade, so that you could create some income?
Oh, I like that.
I don't know, fire department, all that, how that would work. But I did feel like anybody visiting town that didn't have a towel or a chair had no place to sit. And even going forward, when you bring a cruise ship in on 4th of July, all those people getting off the ship want to see the parade. Is there any way to think outside the box that we might be able to make it a little more user-friendly? So that
I know
was all.
Dan
think it
has
was great.
definitely considered that. I don't know how you kick the people off the beach to put the bleachers on the beach. I mean, it's a tough one, but
What
yeah.
a great idea.
No. Okay.
So that was a good segue for something I'd like to add. I'm Jim from the Catalina Island Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau. Regarding the total sum of the events for the 4th of July this year, we set a new record. I've gone back at least 10 years, and I see that we've never come close in our fundraising toward the event. This year we raised $33,845 as of today.
Wow.
And so what a terrible shame that we disappointed on the fireworks when we had such a success in raising the funds toward it. And we do have a small degree of VIP seating that's part of some of those dollars that are raised. The sponsorships do generate some reserve seating. So we have already taken a little step in that direction.
But is that fireworks, barge?
That's parade only.
Just
that particular
the
one.
parade and fireworks?
Oh, for the funds raised? I'm sorry.
33 is for what?
The funds raised, we commingle with the city, and they go to offset the total sum of the expenses. The chamber pays outright for the fireworks.
Okay.
Not the barge, only the pyrotechnics. And so some of this money comes back to us to go toward that, and we pay the rest out of our own earned revenue.
Okay. Is that it? Was that it, Jim? That was it? Okay. All right. Okay, consent calendar.
There are 5 items on the consent calendar this evening. The first one is actions of the July 3rd City Council meeting. We have warrants for a total disbursement for June 2018 totaling $2,463,012.43. Item 3 is to authorize the city manager to resolicit the competitive bids for the city public works. Oh, I think I should start all over. Authorize the city manager to resolicit competitive bids for the city's public trash collection and maintenance services and direct staff to concurrently conduct analysis on the projected cost to bring this contractual service in-house. Number 4 is to adopt a resolution supporting Proposition 69, opposing Senate Bill 1 repealing efforts, and to authorize the city to be included in the coalition to protect Protect Local Transportation Improvements List. Number 5 is to adopt a resolution adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2018-19 funded by SB 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017.
I'd like to pull item 3, please.
Yep.
Yep.
And I have a just one fast question on item 4. So I'll just ask, isn't there a movement afoot to repeal the gas tax?
Yes.
Yeah.
How's that looking?
They submitted way more signatures than they needed, if that's an indication of the feeling of the electorate.
Because then I'm concerned with then the money that we, if they repeal the gas tax, the thing that we're,
It's in compliance with current law.
say that again?
Current law says we have to submit a list of plans, projects. And we
No.
need to comply with it.
No, I'm not talking about that one.
Okay.
Item 4. The
Do we wanna
roadway
pull it?
infrastructure.
Why don't we
statement.
pull it and talk about
Okay,
it?
let's pull it. Pull number 4 then, Jim. Okay. So there's a motion.
Staff on 1, 2, and 5.
Second.
Any comments? Call for the vote.
Who was
All
my
ayes.
second? Oh, thank you.
Pam?
Thank you.
So item number 3.
Okay. I asked staff to send me a copy of the current contract and the proposal. And one of the questions I had was, because this came up at the other night when we were talking trash cans, how many trash cans do we expect Mr. Vega to do currently? I'm going to let him answer that question, because the contract, that the proposal that we sent out says, we want you to be able 24/7, 365 days a week to empty 130 to 200 trash cans. It didn't even specify the amount. So somebody had to assume when they responded to that bid that there's going to be 200 trash cans that they have to empty. So my question is, how many are we currently asking our contractor to empty?
It's around 200 trash
Is it
cans
around
right
200?
now, yeah.
Okay. And the locations are basically going to be in the same place?
Correct.
Okay.
And they keep adding every day.
So-
In the parks, they keep putting more trash cans.
So we see where trash cans are overflowing, and so we go and put out a new can. So
Okay.
those are not taken into account with the contract that you requested. So it does say up to 200 cans approximately, but my dad goes and sets new cans that are not accounted for.
Okay.
So what was, because we don't have any numbers here, but we just hear, it was 82% increase.
Okay, so it does say 82.2% increase, which the proposal that my dad is giving you there, it's actually approximately 68.5 increase, where it's going from 115,000 a year to 235,000 a year. That's taking into consideration a new trash truck, which is approximately $150,000. We did get prices for it further out, but it's still going to be quite costly to bring it to California and then ship it to Catalina. Also,
Did you just say that included a new trash can? Because it
Yeah,
said in
it
your
says
bid
on
that
there-
it did not
if-
include a new trash can, but
if-
you could do it.
If, on page 2 here, it says, we currently hold ownership of the trash truck being utilized to carry out the current contract and are willing to lease a new truck if needed be at no additional cost to the city of Avalon. Also, on page, let's see here. On page 7, it does express that again. Furthermore, I would like to express that I would lease a new truck at no additional cost to the city of Avalon in the event that one may be needed. The current trash truck will definitely undergo repair and be painted in order to better its appearance, but once again, that truck is quite old and we've been using it for a long time now, so we do need an updated truck. Also, initially, my dad has had this contract for approximately 15 years already. Initially, we were able to bring the trash truck into Front Street. That's no longer the case. We can't use that. We park it out at Lobster Trap now because we do have to have some sort of, we bring the trash can out with push carts, and that's pretty close proximity to the beach. But it's been an issue now. So what my dad has done is used those segways, which it does help diminish the time that we take doing the trash during the day, so people are not inconvenienced by, the overflow. So now each Segway is approximately $6,000, the ones that hold the weight for that, and we do require, this last year, we went through five Segways each. The batteries are about $1,000 each, and each Segway has two, so we're trying to come up with a way in order to not disrupt the visitors that are coming to the island and make it better appearance, like you don't want this big trash truck out there or the trash truck where the restaurants are either, because it doesn't quite look good. Also, for over 10 years, we haven't had any new trash bins. That's why we are increasing the bid, because my dad does make these cans, and they're anywhere from $200 to $250 for the labor, for the wood, for the paint to put out. So like we said, the city will not pay for an additional truck. You do have a breakdown there on page 6. Basically, the truck lease says 0, but if we do buy the truck, it's at our expense at $150,000 around there. Supplies, gas, we have to pay for the gas as well. Labor, since our old contract was asking for about 3 times a day to go pick up the trash, but quite honestly, for as long as we had the contract, if they call us, we have to go. It's not like we try to do it morning, midday, afternoon, late afternoon, but that's not the case. We have to go morning, mid-morning, afternoon. So it does require more people to be on there. On 4th of July, we started 6 in the morning, ended up at 1 in the morning. So that's things that we have to be there the whole day. If the staff is not taking the trash out, they could be cleaning the cans. We clean the cans. There was a time period where we did stop because of the water rationing. We didn't want, to be doing too much with the cans, but my dad did try to make new bins with cigarette lighter turns, because people do mess up the cans as well.
And we also include the pressure washer on the segways with the car. So every time I go to the side of the trash can, I clean the trash can at the side too. So every morning we do that too.
Yeah, so he added the little pressure washer behind the Segway cart. Those carts, we do need new carts, which the pool carts where we take the trash cans, the trash out of the beach and stuff, and those are approximately $1,000 to $1,500 with the big wheels. The ones we have are quite honestly not up to par for the job right now. So it's just a lot of equipment we need in order for it to not look bad out in Front Street. One of the major things is, like my dad said, is the cans. We don't know if on the previous contract he wasn't required to do the cans. He just did them because obviously he likes his job, and he knows that it's a necessity. And some of the old tin cans, they were beat up. We couldn't fix them at all. So it's one of those things that, like Pam said, on the new album proposal, it says that we basically have to be on call whenever any can is full. Sometimes the Green Pier, we go and take the trash cans out 5-6 times. Why? Because the boats come in there. And so right now it's originally 3 times a day, but again, if the trash doesn't get taken out, my dad gets called thinking that he didn't pick up the trash.
So my difficulty in approaching this was I went back to try to figure out, okay, are there differences in what we're asking the contractor to do that would account for the difference in the price? And I also didn't know what we were originally paying. So with the CPI index over the years, annually, what is the contract now?
We're doing basically about $315 a day. which is approximately 115,000 a year. And
Because
so
it started out at 105 and there was a CPI index.
for the first 5 years, it was $75,000.
Right.
And then it went up, and then, so it's now approximately 115,000. So that would be 68.5% increase that we're asking, not the 82.2.
And that was the 235, correct?
Yeah, the 235, it's on there,
Last sheet.
on page 7. The accountant basically did the chart on page 6 with the breakdown of what my dad should technically be asking for with everything, because he's done the accounting for the business for the last 10 years for him. But my dad did lower it from that 275 to the 235.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying, though, that you included some amount of labor and time and materials for building trash cans.
Correct. The wood, we provided
Right, which
the wood.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, the city is moving away from that. We've gotten funds and presumably, you know, we're gonna have all consistent.
Yeah. Because like the trash, the ones that were previously the brown ones with the lid, those were always fixing the lid. We have to paint them when people put cigarette butts on them. So if they're plastic, people put the cigarette butts, even though there are trash cans with the sand for the cigarettes, they still put it out on the actual can. So it's something that we have to fix.
I would like to just say something about Mr. Vega's service to the city has undeniably been very good. He's very conscientious. He responds to us immediately. And in my opinion, when he entered the contract, it's exactly what the city wanted at that time. And I think over the years, with the increased visitors, I don't know, did we just have more trash, that it has evolved to a lot more. Absolutely. And I know Eddie and I have been working very well together. He responds to me immediately. And I've pointed out to him, I didn't think he got his CPI adjustment, and that's been maybe 3 years ago, so that was done. And in the last 2 years, because of the demand, and council would be getting complaints, you know, this trash can's full, this is overloading. And so I said to Eddie, I go, it's your contract that you're working under doesn't cover all of this. So I had Eddie keep track on cruise ship days, busy weekends, for him to have somebody that he paid. He would submit a separate bill. So we were trying to assist Eddie in this, and it was the reason it's here tonight. I thought the amount was still above, and I thought it was a lot, and I wanted to make sure that council, before I came and recommend to you, that just to be fiscally responsible.
Absolutely. No, I get that, and I appreciate that. I think that I'm working from the standpoint, though, that we've done this exercise with the shore boat, that we're going to bring it in-house. There is no way that the city can
just
do
said I
this.
would
And
have to
so
try
I
to.
feel like, since it's a services contract, there's no requirement that it be competitively bid, right?
Well,
I mean, it's a benefit, but I think we already know there's nobody else out there who's clamoring for this contract.
Your municipal code provides that it says for services you should go out to bid, but it does provide that you can make findings that it would not be in the public interest. You're not going to get any better bid if you don't, and you can dispense with those. But we did go out and bid on this, and we do have a bid.
Right. But I think that given what our budget looks like and given the increase, but I think I'm hearing that there's room for discussion in that we're not going to have you build trash cans anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that there's going to be repairs, but you're not going to be
Definitely.
building trash cans. And so probably your bid could come down a little bit. I think maybe the city's expectation that we're going to have continuous emptying of trash cans is unrealistic in terms of what we can afford to pay for a contract.
It wouldn't be the ideal situation, no, Pam.
Well, but I think placing somebody under a contract requirement that they have to continuously check and empty anytime a trash can is full means that we're effectively going to be charged for 24-hour monitoring of trash cans. And as a little town, we just can't afford that. So, you know, something's got to give. And I think that if there are less onerous requirements in terms of emptying, although I know how these guys are, they will still be doing it, that there might be a way to negotiate something between the 115 we're paying and the 235 that they proposed that I could live with, because I do appreciate the work that they've done all along. I think they've really worked out systems.
And we're definitely open to, you know, to discussing that price gap right there. If we have a set contract that tells us exactly what the city's expecting, because like you said, if you're expecting us to be on call 24/7, then it's kind of, you know, we have to. I'm not here 7 days a week. I come and help my dad 3 days a week, and so it's something that he would have to hire somebody to go and get that as soon as he gets the call, because the contract does say we have to be there within 15 minutes. So if they call us at 11 o'clock at night, then we have to be there by 11:15, and that's
there was
the thing.
another provision that I wasn't sure how this was going to work out in terms of requiring that recyclables be taken separately. Is that what it is?
Yeah, we did try to go ahead and get a quote for a truck that had 2 compartments, but they said it's simply, for the small town we have, it's not convenient. So that's what was one of the questions that we had. Like, did you want us to first take out the regular trash and then come back and go and take all the blue, the recyclables? But at the end of the day, it's the same trash truck, so it would
And
be
the same
emptied out.
dump. Right.
They recycle. They recycle.
We don't require to have that truck.
Right.
We just require to have one truck that's there for separate.
Right, and if we get the 2 trash cans side by side, like the big bellies.
It's gonna be this expensive.
They said it was $235,000.
No, not the truck. When we get our trash cans that are side by side, recyclable, whatever.
Oh, yeah,
and then
yeah.
you just throw them in and we're good
Yeah.
to go.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Do we direct the city manager to sit down and negotiate with the successful bidder?
Sure.
Talk about the stuff that he may not know that we have in the pipeline, like all the big bellies?
Okay.
Rather than successful bidder, the only bidder.
The only
The
bidder.
only,
Right.
well, I will just chime in and say that I was not really wanting to go out to RFP for another purveyor, because we've
Right.
done that a couple times already, and, you know, Eddie's here, he's willing, he does a fantastic job, so I would second Oli's motion to have city manager work with you guys and bring back an updated contract to us.
And right now, isn't this contract extended until October or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we have a
We'll
little
get
bit
this
of time.
Okay, great.
Thank you so
gentlemen.
much.
So
Thank you
do
for
we
what
need to
you do.
vote on that? Do we need to do a call for a vote?
Motion and a second already.
Okay.
Oli and you?
Okay, motion is second. Any comments? Okay? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Look for the vote.
Okay, that's number 3.
Okay.
He's writing on the wall.
Item number 4. So there was something where we were gonna be able to get a little bit of money every year. I guess a little bit of money is better than no money, right? Yeah. But if the fuel tax is repealed, what does that do? Just reduce that number because they also give a
Yes.
little bit of money somewhere
Right,
else?
it means we would lose, what, 62,000?
62,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
all righty.
So I kind of have mixed feelings about this, because I feel like the state legislature always does this to local agencies. They set some fund up for us, and then they end up stealing it, which is, you know, what happened with Schwarzenegger with the city's transportation
Can't
funds.
steal this one.
Right, so part of this they can't steal. That's the Proposition 69, is to protect the funds and make sure they can only be spent on roads, and I totally am supportive of that. But I do have some sympathy, because I'm one of them, for people who are paying more in gas and in your vehicle license fee, because this was a big hit. And I just wanted to take the time to say to the public, we're using that money, though, to really do road repairs that we absolutely have to do, and we don't have any other source of monies. So it's not that your money's going to waste, it's not going to Sacramento, it's coming to us, which is why I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Okay.
I mean, it may be that the electorate turns around in November and decides they want to undo this and repeal this tax, and
Was that a
so
motion?
be it. Yes, it's a motion to approve.
Motion's a second. Comments? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Don't listen to the people in November. Don't repeal the gas tax.
All right, and we already did.
Okay.
Get an electric car. Hey.
They're up in the electric car registration. That's part of the deal.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, there was some discussion earlier about taking the ordinance direction for the plastics out of order. Do you still want to do that?
Oh, and when we have another gentleman here, though, with an important
I guess we do.
issue.
We'll go on.
So, if that's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, item number 7? Or 8?
Item number 7 is the annual resolution basically authorizing the city to collect your various taxes on the property tax rather than having city staff hire a bunch of people and try and do it itself by sending out bills and then collecting them. So it's just it's been gone through the last couple of years. I think, well, longer than that. This does not have any method of increasing the tax. You've already done that. This is just how you want to collect the tax. And again, this provides a mechanism by which the taxes are collected by the county of
25
LA
cents
and then
per
remitted
feet.
to us.
25 cents.
Per property.
Per feet? Per parcel? Per fee?
Per parcel.
Per
I know,
parcel.
that's the word, that's the proper word, fee? It's not 25 cents a foot, it's
No.
25 cents per parcel. Okay, okay.
And just as a reminder, the last attachment to the staff report was the public notice that went out to the property owners and what you adopted last June. We had a total of, it was either 4 or 5 actual written protest letters at that time. But it's supposed to be a majority.
Oh, okay. Alrighty, so I think we need to open the public hearing. Does anybody want to speak on this item?
I just had a question. So Lori Montgomery used to maintain the database where people could call and ask questions about that, but I think we made a switch. Is that correct?
Her contract is still existing until June of 2019.
Oh, okay.
She's very helpful to us.
Okay. If there's no comment, we'll close the public hearing. And council?
I'll move approval of staff as presented.
I'll second.
Further comments? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Item number 8.
I do not think the, I'm trying to find my agenda item. This is an expulsion appeal for the vessel pole position. On May 14, 2018, Daniel Hill was cited for a discharge, illegal discharge into the harbor. He was cited by Harbor Patrolman David Dawes, who is in the audience. If you have any comments from him, his report is an attachment here. I believe that the owner, he didn't come at the last minute, I don't think. He lives in Hawaii. He wasn't going to come. He wanted us to go ahead and have it on the agenda without him.
Is that Kona?
Oh, Kona.
Well, I'm going to brag. This ordinance was one of the first that I wrote for the city, and it's proved to be very effective in keeping our waters clean and letting voters know how important it is. So I'm going to move staff approval to deny the appeal.
I'll second it.
And I'll just add that my biggest concern with this is that on the 2 prior occasions we had, and thank you for putting the dates in, Denise, for us. it was, the discussion was in fact about if you make the agreement for one, you have to make it for all. There's always extenuating circumstances. It's a very difficult decision to make. But given the fact that we're still under the cease and desist order, it's imperative. So that's where my vote to uphold the denial of the request.
So there's no one here to speak on this? No. And Mr. Dawes, if you wanted to just say a few words.
I can read the narrative for that incident.
We have it.
We've got the
We
whole
have it.
thing.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Yeah, thank you for what you do. I knew that wasn't an easy thing.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's
So a motion
no
and a second?
comments, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
All ayes. Item number 9. Okay, this is a discussion amending the municipal code regarding plastics.
Yeah.
To expand our polystyrene ban. I did ask Dan Hunke to check in with the restaurants or not the restaurants, everyone that had the takeout food to see where we were at, which ones still had some products on the shelf, and Dan? You said, I think there was 2 left.
So in regards to the polystyrene, as you recall, we adopted an ordinance. It went into effect January 1st, 2018. We gave folks 6 months prior to that to prepare for it. We put literature out in regards to it, what the order was. We held a workshop here with some samples of some products that would meet all the ordinance requirements for their packaging. As we, if you will, self-police recently, there's 4 or 5 restaurants that are still using some product. A couple of those 4 or 5 restaurants we knew in advance, and I'll just use Coney Island as being one of them. They told us from day one, they were very upfront. Diane Stone was here at the meeting when we had product out here, showing us some of the different samples. They bought 2 years worth of product in advance, and bulk cost. They have their restaurant logo on it, and they've still they're hoping by August here, end of August, that they'll go through their product. So that was one. Virgie's had a little bit of product on the shelf. We talked to him real recently. He will not be using it. It was brought to our attention that Vaughn's is using some polystyrene. Vaughn's they sell polystyrene, but they're using it on some packaging that they're doing at the market. The polystyrene states that if product comes over, your hamburger meat and it's prepackaged, they can sell it. It's when they take a larger piece of meat, cut it down, repackage it on site that they can't. So we're in communication with them. They pulled all the information, the new manager pulled all the information in regards to it, and they're working with their staff and they're working with corporate to make those adjustments. So we think we're just down to the last couple. We're looking for 100% compliance. It's been really well received, just a kind of a trickle effect. Letters went out to those folks saying they had 30 days to decease using the product they had. And a first warning will come out thereafter. So the 1st of August, if they're still using it, a first warning will go out, and the second warning becomes a fine, and then the third warning more of a fine. So that has been the policing we've done in regards to it.
Great.
Any questions there?
Not right
On
now.
that one, not yet.
That's wonderful. Thank you for that follow-up. So let's discuss. I know I've been getting emails from people just people that didn't even know we were thinking about straws. It's really weird. So I guess that somebody's doing a lot of good PR out there. So I think, and even Llewellyn Larry said, let's get rid of these straws. So yeah. Yeah, and they're not going to be polystyrene lined either. But okay.
I know that there's so many different options out there now, and there's The new bamboo ones, there's the metal reusable ones that an individual could carry. And I know many hoteliers have also made the decision to go away from stir sticks and go to wood stir sticks to have on hand just in case. So there's so much opportunity out there that it's obviously a no-brainer. We've been working on this ordinance and expanding it since 2016. So the Mylar balloons, we see, every single day I'm out on the water, I see Mylar balloons, or balloons for that matter. I'd like to also try to figure out a way to include water balloons. If you look in the harbor and on the beaches on some days, these water balloon fights, same type of trash that goes into the ocean. But we really need to move forward. Councilmember Albers and I have talked a lot about looking at all of these ordinances. The Manhattan Beach one is one of the best ones, and basically just modeling that and adding every item. I think we just need to add the items in and then do the public outreach to say, here's what we can no longer have in our community. I think we need to make further efforts on the water bottle usage in town. We need to include that to some degree, and whether that means that from my perspective, we need to work with Edison, especially for restaurateurs, because what happened when we went into phase 2 water rationing is we stopped serving water out of the tap because we couldn't wash the dishes. But what happened is we brought in 1 million plus water bottles. So we brought in that additional trash. Not just to our community, a lot of that is shipped off the island, but we're putting it in somebody else's community, and that doesn't feel good either. So I want to make sure that if we're going to update this ordinance again, that we add every item or, some sort of tier structure that helps us reduce the plastic bottles in town. And
now there's the huge recycling problems with plastic. China's not taking any of our stuff. And now the recycling program's not working very well. It's costing the state a lot of money. And then where they used to get $1 for a pound of plastic, now they're getting like 5 cents. So there's going to be some major changes and some coming down the pike. And thank you for bringing all of these, because Malibu had some good stuff, and then San Francisco did too. So I think it's a matter of going one from column A, one from column B.
Well, I think there's general agreement that we want to outlaw plastic straws and stirs.
Absolutely.
Right. I have some hesitation about cutlery just because I know, having been in the business, it's an expensive shift. So we might want to allow more time for that and allow Mr. Hunke to do some education, helping people get ready for that.
I think
it represents a significant
right, and I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. My recommendation was going to be, obviously I've been extremely involved and brought this forward as the polystyrene ban a couple years ago, so it's something that I'm really want to work on. But I'd like to bring this back to the city council, whether that's Pam and I, maybe you and I can buddy up on this one and bring it back with actually all the items. Some of the research that, because of the budget and all of the time that I had spent on the budget, I did not have enough hours to be able to prepare for other items. But I have some questions regarding how can we do a massive bulk purchase. Dan, we've talked about this in the past. Whether we as a community determine we want these type of products are okay to have in our community, how can we do a bulk purchase of these and then have people buy into that and purchase from this bulk supply? But then my concern is, we've had in our community issues of price fixing and setting people up for monopolies and all of those conversations, which are very uncomfortable to have. But I think for me, I need more education on how we could do that. And, who would that vendor be that would provide that product? And there is, I've probably not supposed to say something personally, but I have made every change at the hotel that I run, and we do not have plastic straws. We do not have plastic utensils. We do not have styrofoam. Everything that we purchase is biodegradable, and it is slightly more expensive, but not as much as it's played up
price
to
is
be.
definitely
And
coming
so
down.
the more we purchase, the less the cost is because you're buying in bulk. So if we're talking about ordering 1 million plates at a time, that obviously is going to significantly reduce. So who is that person that does that? And
It sounds
I
to
just
me like
there's
the chamber
more.
needs a restaurant subgroup, like they do the hotel subgroup, because I don't know that I want the city to be in the business of.
I'm not
dealing with
suggesting
them.
it's
Right.
It's not the city, but again, it is. It's the same as if I were to say, I have access to global distribution as a hardware store provider. If I say I could go to global distribution and I could reduce the cost of Megan standing in front of me. If Megan can buy plates at this price, I can reduce that cost by 40% because I have a global distribution system. Then I get the accusation of I'm creating a monopoly in town. So whether that's Catalina Beverage, whether that's someone else, and I'm just throwing this out there that I don't think it needs to be particularly one particular business that does it, but I think that maybe that is a business that somebody comes in and creates. But I think we need to know some of the legalities around doing that.
Well, it could be a co-op.
It could be a co-op, yes.
You know, and do it with the chamber because you got your finger on the pulse better, you know, with some of your.
Right.
And just before Megan speaks, and we definitely want to hear from her. In terms of the Mylar balloon, I've gone through the ordinances. Mr. Campbell went through the ordinance to look for it. Nobody's done it yet.
Nobody's done
which
it.
means that every time you're the first one to do it, you get sued. So my suggestion is maybe Gateway COG, the cities there's been discussion that if we had a group of cities that were willing to go all at the same time, would make sense as opposed to our doing that.
That's a really, really great idea, and I will take that to the Gateway COG for our August meeting.
And just one last thing for the staff, I did include Malibu. Our office just did Malibu.
Theirs is good too.
And so that was, we thought, the most aggressive out there right now, and it's literally a month old. And so to the extent that you can save attorney fees, you can rely upon our expertise to help you.
No, but
with that.
Malibu's was really good also.
And let me also clarify, when I'm saying that I want to do some additional research on this and bring it back, I'm talking about bringing it back on August 7th. I'm not talking about study it for a month. I'm talking about
2019?
I'm talking about we have this information, we want to provide direction to staff, but I think with a couple of us sitting down a few hours, we can really put something together.
Yes, Megan.
Ready for me?
Yes.
Good evening. I have done lots and lots and lots of research on this matter in the last couple years. I understand that there are a lot of downfalls to having, the buying power is kind of difficult if we lack of storage for a lot of the restaurants and things. But I would like to give you a little piece of information. I have about 2,000 samples of paper straws and things. And this paper straw is only just a little over a penny. Plastic straws are less than a penny, but I really don't think that for restaurateurs, just for information, it doesn't need to be too intimidating because I really don't think that raising your prices 5 cents would make everyone totally go crazy. And it is a little different than the hotels or things like that, just because my restaurant is a to-go concept, so I'm going through so many of them, and that's why it's important to me because I realize how much goes into the planet, but they're not that much more expensive. And if we all get a team together, then we can all get them under a penny, I'm sure. So there are a couple different companies that everyone can do it personally, or if we do work on some kind of restaurant co-op, which I agree with Pam, shouldn't necessarily have to be on the city's plate, but I could work with Cat Bev, I could work with the chamber. There's lots of ways to go about it, but it shouldn't be too intimidating just because it's this one particularly, and I don't have huge buying power, is only 1.1 cents.
I don't understand why people they automatically give you a straw.
Well, and I thought it was interesting because in the Malibu ordinance, the restaurateurs are told you can only give a straw on request.
Right.
And it's the
Which
same
is
with
a
water.
great-
Yeah.
In my restaurant, I feel like I attract a lot of eco-friendly clientele.
Yes.
And so I think that they actually appreciate it. Especially, I've spoken with the owners at Blue Water. This other company, Aardvark Straws, you can actually put a really cool logo on it. It costs 4 cents. So
Yeah.
if we put the City of Avalon loves dolphins or the City of Avalon cares, something like that, or Blue Water is actually looking at all 9 or 10 of their restaurants now to go paper.
Yeah,
So
Malibu
it's
has-
beneficial too for the restaurant because people really come and walk into my doors and appreciate that, we care. So, I think it's a lot easier than people think it is
Yeah.
because a year ago they were 10 cents a straw, and now that all these
Wow.
cities are doing it, they're really dropping the prices.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what, thank you, Megan, and what about the school? Whoever was making that comment, Leslie, because they're buying stuff in bulk and so there needs to be a conversation with the school because if, that's where you have to start the education anyway for many people. So, so I don't know if that's a call to, well, maybe start with Chris and then go up to through the district and see if we can. And then so but Vons can still sell styrofoam plates?
Well, that's what we're talking about. is
We're talking about
extending
adding
the
that.
ban
Right.
to include Vons, that they're not going to sell it,
Right.
that they wouldn't sell the coolers, the
Right,
styrofoam
yes, okay. Yeah, good,
coolers.
good. 'Cause
So that's
it's-
kind of what I had envisioned, is the plastic
Yep.
straw, the plastic stirs. I think that maybe we hold off and do a little more education on the cutlery. And then including Vons, because we
Yeah.
had a specific carve out for them.
Right.
In terms of selling or providing that, I don't know that
Great.
we want to do.
Great. Are we all on the same page out there? Good, okay. Perfect.
Talk to the school. What was the other one? There was talk to the school, and then the Mylar balloons I'll take to Gateway Cog, and it seems like I'm missing something. Straws, stirs, cutlery, the Vons product.
We're gonna end up coolers and
Coolers.
that kind of thing.
Did I miss something? I miss anything?
No, I think you're
Okay.
good.
Okay, perfect.
I mean, there was something
Oh,
in
right.
here about like dock floats and
Right.
buoys and maritime, but
Right. In
I
San
don't
Francisco
know.
had
You
a
don't
bunch.
see as many of
We don't
those
see
anymore.
those. Okay.
Yeah, and we really don't see them over here. What they're talking about are fenders that are, there are styrofoam fenders that docks
Little
use
balls.
in
Oh, right,
harbors.
right, right.
Yeah,
Like the lobster guy.
Right.
yeah.
Is there a way to work with vendors to create non-compliant lists or something? Because when I worked for Sodexo and Airmark, and they had non-compliant lists to stay sustainable and eco-friendly, because these big companies are on colleges, they're in hospitals, they're everywhere in the country, and so they provide a lot of waste too. They're very waste conscious, and I think it starts with the vendor, creating a non-compliant list with the vendor so the businesses can't go out and buy that product. So,
That's an
like,
idea.
when I worked for those companies, you'd go to a website like a Cisco website, and you'd look up plastic containers, and it would be grayed out, and you couldn't buy it. Anyone else could buy it but an Airmark account, because they had a non-compliant list. They had stricter guidelines than any other business out there, and we had to adhere those. I think it starts with the vendor, and then the businesses can comply with those vendors.
And there's really four major vendors here in town: Cisco, Guest Supply, American Hotel, and U.S. Foods and Catalina Beverage. So there's actually
I think
5,
talking to them
and you
about
can
creating
actually do that.
Well, I used to order from Eco Products directly, and I think that there's actually.
Well, there's more for people like yourself who were environmentally conscious before,
Oh,
but
you
I'm
mean
talking
the
about
other.
restaurateurs and hoteliers that are buying their product through hospitality industry vendors, which is what he's talking about with Cisco,
A lot
that
of
you
my
can
work-
create non-compliant lists per zip code.
A lot of my work was to create new concepts. When I created a new concept, I had to look up new menu items, new menu ideas, and you were always sourcing new products. And so the first thing I did was go to the compliant list and non-compliant list to see what can I get and what can't I get, and does it work in my business? So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carl.
Okay. We've got it together. We know where we're going. Excellent. Thank you. And item number 10.
We're going to do a little chair switch over there on the other side of the dais.
Are we actually going through the whole presentation again that we did
No, we're
yesterday?
going to start off with Mr. Hunky so he can go over his goals and accomplishments, and then we're going to provide you with all the hit lists that you gave us last night, or yesterday afternoon.
Ready. No. What time is it? Almost 3?
I don't think so.
Could be 4 hours.
Well, if we flushed it.
Oh, man. It would have been.
Yeah.
But I'm not ready for it. I didn't have enough time.
Sorry.
That's good. It won't take that much.
While that is getting pulled up, thank you again, and I'm sorry for my absence yesterday. I guess I missed a doozy, huh?
You missed sitting here
An
for 4 hours.
incredibly
I will try
productive
and keep it a
meeting.
little shorter. So thank you. Community service, recreation, as you see on the screen and probably as part of your packet, our major goals for fiscal year 17-18 was to bring the a software management program to the city, something that was 2,000 worthy, that we could have online presence and get our registrations online. And on top of that, to take credit cards, have an opportunity to take credit cards here in the city. So that was one of our goals. We've implemented that. We've gone 2 seasons now into it. On a daily basis, we've got people signing up, for example, our day camp program. They can sign up for a day, they can sign up for the week. They can go online the night before, Sunday night, oh, I forgot my children to get them in a camp. And we're seeing 5 or 6 registrations a day on the regular day just for our day camp program. We've initiated our recreation master plan process. We're probably 90% of the way through that. Our consultant is combining the data at this point in time, finishing the presentation, and we anticipate probably the second meeting in August having a presentation for that. And then our third goal that was listed here was to continue to upgrade our parks. And so Kanabe Park and finish the landscaping out there, putting the turf out there, doing the shade out there, and the barbecue pits was something that we accomplished, as well as it was recommended at one of our council meetings that we do some seating out at the fuel dock, and so we placed that, as well as barbecue pits at City Park. Goals for fiscal year 2018-19, as I stated, completing the recreation master plan. We'll have some more input on that. We'll have something on the shelf at that point on where we see ourselves going here in the next 10 years. We are right in the middle of the teen center makeover. It's been reported at previous council meetings. We've received $19,000 in donations at this time. The painting is done at the teen center. New lighting has gone in, LED lighting. New fans have got in. New TV screens, smart TVs have got in for the children to use. We just ordered today the carpet for there, and some furnishings was ordered yesterday, so we hope to come mid-August be finished with that project, have a kickoff, a thank you celebration for those that donated the money towards it, as well as we kick off the new school year and the new program for the school year. And then our last one, this is a little convoluted, I'll kind of share it with you. Our kids park, we are in need of some safety surfacing across the street. We are, I would say, probably not compliant. If we had an issue at this point with somebody, an injury or fall of some point, we would probably possibly have some litigation there, and we need to certainly be concerned about. So that would be a high priority for us. We have in our CIP proposed budget, we have $65,000 that was left at Joe Machado for a few things we haven't done yet, some additional bleachers, some additional shading out there. We feel like we've done a lot of great things at Machado. We have a correspondence in with LA County at this point to try and take $50,000 of that $65,000 and apply it towards Machado, across the street at Kids Park to do that safety servicing. I was hoping to hear back by this morning, or today's meeting, this evening's meeting. I haven't heard yet, but we're in correspondence with them. We've been able to do this in the past. We just haven't got a green light on that. If it is the case, I'll come back to council stating that that money would be redirected to that park and that priority. And that our goal would be, early fall, September, mid-October to have that completed.
And I'm sorry, Dan, where was that funding from?
It was part of the parks, the measure funds that we had, the $75,000 we had for Joe Machado.
We couldn't put a splash pad there instead, huh?
Instead of the
play equipment in there, put a nice little splash pad out there, salt water.
Hopefully, I think we're going to see something come out in the community, in the recreation master plan that'll show something here in town, and so
I know,
we'll
just
have both.
Timing.
We'll have both.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm just concerned how long things take
Yeah.
with funding and land and whatever. But
that's great.
Hey Dan, across the street where you're talking about redoing some stuff, have you thought about putting some shade over the area where they work out? The people were asking about, I was there the other, I've been there for 5 days.
So, yeah, as part of this process, we put together a wish list, and I think Denise, city manager, will probably share more about some of the things that have gone into our wish lists and then kind of what's been pulled. So I started with about $280,000 worth of ideals, and we're down to $95,000. So, a shade on Front Street, I think, is something that's being discussed and is still in there, but some of these other smaller projects may get pulled, but that would be certainly something that I'm hearing as well. And we'll look at doing something like at the skate park. We put something kind of a little informal out there. Maybe there's something we can do informally until we can do a permanent structure.
Okay.
And I will, pointing out, because we've talked about it before, but thank you very much for putting some shade and umbrellas out at the casino dock.
Yeah.
I see people sitting there every time I drive by there. It's really great.
Popular. So, and this is kind of a public works and whatever, the Palapa approach that's on that piece of property down by the photo booth, I think our boys built those. And that probably isn't as expensive as shade covers. That might just be labor to put on the serpentine wall, even going that way. Might be a lot less expensive than what we were really trying to hope for.
And that's what we're anticipating. If you were to take a look at the shade that we put out at Canobie Park, that picnic area, we probably have $25,000 just tied into the post and the material, and we did the work ourselves for all intents and purposes. What we're talking about for the Serpentine Wall and down Front Street is looking at 4 or 5 different spots where we do that at $2,000, $2,000 a shade structure. So with approval, we'd go, we'd kind of map out. I walked it a couple times. Bob and I can walk it at some point. Kind of mapped out where I think they should be. We certainly would go to the the owners in front of those areas to make sure they're okay with it. But I think we could do it relatively inexpensive.
Yeah.
And I would encourage you, in working with City Fabric, to include all those things in that master plan and break them down to their smallest component. Because if we don't have it in a plan, we can't file for grants for it, and we lose sight of what it is that we're trying to accomplish anyway. So I think even things like shade structures and things should be part of that plan.
Great.
Yeah. And speaking of which, Mr. Greenlaw did confirm that the shade structure that's part of phase 1 for the Harper mole, for the mole project, is a temporary structure. So you hopefully can work with him and find a spot to move that to.
Okay. Any further questions for me? Just in general, our emphasis overall for the budget is going to be to continue to develop programs with major emphasis being in some additional senior programming, the Senior Meals Program, Meals on Wheels program. I've been real hands-on, absolutely love doing it, but you'll see a little spike in our hourly, our temporary services hourly payroll, and that was to bring on another 15 hours a week for somebody to kind of take the lead on and working with our older adult population.
Yeah, well, that is necessary. We had talked before, and I don't know, a little enterprise fund where we sell City of Avalon stuff. And because I think it was you, Bob Torres, that didn't you say you'd like to buy a T-shirt or something for your kids or whatever? And we don't have any of that, and that would pay for itself, you know, and raise a little bit of money that could be used for the 4th of July or just whatever. So I don't know if we could put a line item budget in there knowing that that stuff would sell. I don't know that we want to talk about because I think our logo is, what's that word where it's ours?
Archaic?
I heard archaic, I heard trademark, I heard absolutely beautiful. What are you thinking?
Where it's, there's the term.
Copyright.
No, not even that. It's, what?
Surface mark.
No, that's not it either.
Iconic?
No, it's, but I'll get that word in 2 weeks I'll come back with that word. But it's like.
Do you like it or you don't like it?
Well, okay, since 1913, I'm not going to be the one to say, let's redesign the city logo.
Since 1913.
Okay, well, okay. Then okay. Whatever. I think we should have some products that are the cities that only we can, exclusive to the city, that only we can sell them, because if we start to go out to different vendors, number one, we're not going to make as much money. So if we had $5,000 or $6,000 in there to start the ball rolling with T-shirts and either little bags or beach towels, that money would come back. I'm even willing to put the $5,000 in the budget to get it started. Of course, you got to pay me back, but my husband would kill me. But if we can't put a line item, because I think it's something we should. People, they come to City Hall, and when we go to give things away, we've got those little chingy pins. And that's embarrassing to me. That's all we have to give.
Souvenir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can use them for
reusable
both.
bags.
So we've started
And
to.
paper bags, and we have to have paper bags. We can't even afford plastic bag.
We've started to explore that a little bit, looking at shirts and hats
Okay.
and towels, and we can come back with some ideas in regards to it.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, if you all think it's not a good idea.
No, I think it is. I mean, it makes sense to me that we would have it out at the fuel dock, for sure.
Exactly. Because the fire department people go by there and they sell their T-shirts. Right. You know, and you've got the things that say LA County Lifeguard everywhere. Now, that's not whatever that word is I'm thinking, because they seem to make those up, but anyway. So that's
That's your thought of the day.
That's my thought of
That's your
the
thought of the
day.
day.
It took a week to think of that. No. Anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, Connie?
Okay. Thank you.
We'll pay you back your $5,000 out of sales.
Exactly. That's my thought.
I mean, never get your $5,000 back.
We will know it. Do we want to take a 5-minute break? Anybody need it?
You can do it.
He says he could
really?
do this in 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you think that's right.
What is that?
He says he's going to do this in 5 minutes.
Don't listen to Dan.
Oh, that was Dan. Excuse me, Dan. It doesn't, okay, you can all sit here. I'm just taking a quick break. We'll get ready.
Rehearsal?
We are taking a break. Okay. I would love to have that one working.
Yeah, would that be nice? I'd like to see that here too.
Yeah, I'd like
Are
to
we
see
ready?
it a little bit bigger sometimes.
Okay. Why don't we get started here then? What we did, we passed out answers to the questions that you all asked us yesterday. And we also have it on the slide on the monitor. So I'm just going to go down the questions and the answers. If you have any questions on top of that, please let us know. First question, explain the differences in citywide revenues from fiscal year 18 to fiscal year 19. The differences are primarily with regard to capital projects and grants. So in our budget, we had assumed we were going to spend several millions of dollars in for capital projects, and some of those were grant offset. Some of those projects did not get completed or started in fiscal year 18, so we simply moved the budgets over to fiscal year 19 along with the grant revenue, the assumed grant revenue. And let's see what else we got here. So the FY19 budget includes about $2 million in budgeted expenditures for the Pebbly Beach Road repair, and it's offset by $1.9 million in grants. So that's an example of what we're talking about. So if you take a look at the two budgets, fiscal year 18 and 19 together, then you'll see the numbers make more sense. Okay, so the next one is how much revenue is in the community services budget. This is Dan's budget, and you have the numbers there in front of you. You can see that a lot of it is grant revenue. Services and fees for the various programs aren't a lot of money, but they're still significant, and his recreation fees are pretty significant.
And I just have a question. The service fees is that Meals on Wheels? What are the service fees versus the rec fees?
So the service fees in the community service is primarily driven by donations. And the service fees in recreation are the T-ball, the adult sports leagues, things of that nature. I believe the Meals on Wheels also falls under the community service fee, but I can confirm that that's not in recreation.
Okay. Dan, unless you have something to add, that's right on. Okay.
Let's go to the
Thank
next
you.
one. Local government insurance pools. We talked about PARSAC yesterday, and you asked if there was other pools. I did an online search, and on one website, it was reported that there are in excess of 500 insurance pools in California. You have that memo, and there's an attachment on there from one of those websites that lists a number of other pools. And it was also reported that about 80% of California local government agencies participate in some kind of pool. It's primarily the smaller cities who can't afford their own self-insurance, and there are a number of pools out there. And AGRIP is the Association of Governmental Risk Pools that a lot of these pools are members of. It's a resource, and that's where I got some of this information.
Okay, and since I was the one who brought that up, okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Well, no, go ahead, please.
No, we've been with PARSA for quite a long time, and my experience with them is that they were getting pretty administrative and bureaucratic in terms of, and had a lot of vested interests. So for instance, they now have a list of attorneys they want you to use for litigation. And so, once you have people who are like, they are vested in the money coming in, sometimes you lose control over keeping costs down. So I just thought, since we've been with them for so long, not to add another thing to the list for this year, but just to keep it in mind that we should go out and look and see, are there some newer ones or bigger ones, smaller ones, I don't know, that are doing things a little differently, and it might make more sense for us. That's good. That's just all I thought.
Yeah, we can take a look and come back later with.
I would just have.
It's not like a big priority.
On this list, the largest one for Southern California is California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. That's contract cities, similar to yourself.
Okay, next question also has to do with PARSAC. It's why have our workers' compensation charges increased? And there's several factors, and these factors that are same factors that apply to every city that's in the pool. Total payroll, our total payroll is about $6.6 million a year. Members' loss history, so we have claims, and other member agencies have claims as well. The overall history of the entire pool. We're affected by the claims experience of the entire pool, and then there's also excess insurance costs, which we don't get from Parsac, but there's a factor. But I wanted to get back to the total payroll. When I was talking with Parsac yesterday, they indicated that they used a payroll figure of $4.9 million for fiscal year 18 to establish our premiums, and our payroll has been in excess of $6 million for the last several years. So I don't know where they got that $4.9 million, but part of the increase from fiscal year 18 to 19 is because we reported to them the accurate payroll costs, and it's about $6.6 million. But we have had some recent workers' comp claims that were troublesome. I think we've moved beyond that now, and I would expect that as we continue to manage our claims experience will improve, and hopefully our premiums will go down in the next several years. Okay, next one. You asked about the city's CalPERS contribution rates. These are the contribution rates for the 4 plans that we have. We have fire, safety, classic, and PEPRA, and then we have miscellaneous employees, classic and PEPRA. The PEPRA are the newer employees that have come on board. Their benefits are a little bit lower than the classic employees. We also have the unfunded liability. These are projected figures, but the unfunded liability figures that we get are from CalPERS. So they give us the contribution rates as well as the unfunded liability payments 2 years ahead of time, but then they adjust every year for what they consider more accurate rates. So the fiscal year 19-20 rates, for example, are going to be predicated on a lot of factors, including the investment returns of CalPERS. So PERS board has adopted a plan to reduce their, what they call the discount rates. That's their assumed earnings rate, down to 7% by 1920. So as the discount rate, their assumed earnings rate goes down, that means they're assuming they're going to make less money. That means our contribution rates are going to go up. So we're going to monitor that as closely as we can, and we'll work with CalPERS on all this. But in terms of what options do we have to reduce our unfunded liabilities, we don't have a lot of, our options for us and other cities are very limited. We can reduce our payroll, and that means basically eliminating positions. We don't have a lot of staff in the city. I mentioned that yesterday. In my opinion, we don't have a lot of staff, so we'll try to manage this as best we can. The good news is, though, that I was looking at the unfunded liability projections going out for 30 years, and they look to be actually pretty flat for a couple of the employee groups. For some of the others, they do kind of skyrocket. So that's the good news. Any questions on that? Move on to the next slide. You asked what was not in the budget that departments had asked for. We're kind of calling this a wish list, but here's some.
I just want to ask on this, the city park bathroom replacement, or is that the one that, are we talking about the one across the street here?
Machine Gun Park.
Oh, there is no, but there's only a porta potty there. So it's really not a replacement, it's a development of?
Yeah.
Right?
Shaking his head.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not going to go over the individual line items, but if you have any questions, please ask. And what
And the pier.
In your paper, in your packet.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. And the pier hoist, didn't we in fiscal year 16 and 17 budget that? And it seems like that was about $20,000, not $50,000. That's been in previous budgets, or was it pulled from the last 2 budgets?
Well, either JJ or not. Yeah, it was in the previous budget. It just, it will be done hopefully with the the green pier rehabilitation, which we're working on in the engineering. We did go out and seek a consultant to help us with that, and the proposal they came back with was pretty pricey for the engineering. So we're trying to attempt to do something different, more maintenance oriented, that would set up a 5-year program how we'd move through some major repairs on the green pier. So we're working now to get consultants to give us what would work for them, because you see it happening at the other facilities like the Tuna Club, the Yacht Club. So we want to do something similar to that.
Okay.
Okay, then the next slide is, reflects the public works projects that were not included in the budget. Deferred projects. There's still things we plan to do.
As funds become available.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got a lot of stuff there, Mr. Greenlaw.
Wow.
I know. This town is.
Provide departmental organization charts. Every department submitted an updated org chart, and you have these in your packet as well.
You know what, I just have to say, come on. We got out of here at 2 o'clock on Monday.
2:30.
And this is, okay, and here it is now, and this is incredible what you have all done. I mean, thank you very much. It's awesome, awesome. Okay.
Well, thank you. And we'll kind of go through those. And again, these are
Wow, this is great.
attachments to the memo.
Thank you. Public Works, all yours are on one side of the screen.
Does the city have a contract tracking system? No, we have not yet purchased, and we're using an Excel spreadsheet currently to track contracts.
So that was the question, because that was a $50,000, $40,000, $30,000 item or something, right? Okay.
Explain the $250,000 in legal fees that were proposed for fiscal year 19. RSG, our consultant that you just spoke with, provided the estimate for all the line item budgets for the successor agency. They had put in their $250,000, but we've revised that based on further discussions. It's basically admin costs. So part of it could be, might be legal fees that might come up during the year if it's not used for legal fees. You know, we did talk about how every year we request an additional $150,000 as a reimbursement for admin fees. The state turns us down every year. So we have plenty of administrative expenses that we could charge to the successor agency. And these are real expenses. You know, it's all our time that we spend working on a successor agency. Matt today was telling me that none of my time, none of his time is being charged to the successor agency. And it seems to me we spent a lot of time working on the
I
budget.
think last year's the legal fees came to maybe 15 to 20,000 for redevelopment work. It was
And that's just
not
what
that much.
Yeah, so it wasn't broken out, and that was my question, because I was trying to add up all of the city attorney retainer accounts.
Understand.
And it's not broken out. So I would just ask that you break out the legal part from the
Sure.
other part so that we can track that.
Yeah, well, in this
Just add like
revised estimate,
a
the legal.
sub-account or
Yeah, the
something.
legal costs that we have now in the revised budget, based on these discussions yesterday, is $180,000.
Okay.
For legal.
Could we just continue to get the spreadsheet that we've been receiving?
yeah, I
Because that
prepared-
lists,
I prepared that
everything out.
spreadsheet.
Yeah. But you don't charge us for preparing that, right?
No, I do not.
Well, it should be one of his aides or something.
Because that account had 222,000 in expenditures.
There was a payment related to a settlement. of
That was a settlement
Oh,
that was because the county of LA gave us an incorrect
Amount.
amount.
Okay.
And so the reason that was that much was
Okay,
because.
yeah, I was just trying to figure out
Was it- was-
where, okay, thank you. That answers my question. Perfect.
Annual cost for electric usage at City Hall and the fire station, they're on the same meter. City spends approximately $24,000 annually.
Okay, thank you.
Status of the council chamber soundboard, it's on order and it's included in the IT budget.
So I had a question. So all of this stuff that Pat's gonna buy, that $65,000 worth of stuff or whatever, but then he's got a dollar amount there somewhere for a contract, right? What do we pay him in a year?
88.
I believe it's 80,000, or I apologize.
Okay,
it's
something like
88,
that.
But
Something like that.
it's approximately 85,000.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Okay.
11, 12?
Thank
The
you.
next one.
I
what
got
is-
that. Thank you. I read that.
What is the McLean?
Well, you guys
Health
explained
Program?
it yesterday too,
Yeah,
so thank you.
explained 13 well, but as well.
What impact did the hotel closure have on the FY18 TOT revenues? Matt answered that yesterday,
Yeah, he
but
did.
basically what happened is that with the closure of the Atwater, the other hotels' occupancy went up.
Sure.
And that kind of evened out the revenues flow.
And when are they
May.
Anticipating May? So that's the problem. Well, no, because occupancy rates are going to be down normally in the off-season. And so do we anticipate there's some revenue loss there that we?
No, I think what's happening is other hotels are picking up the lost occupancy.
Yeah, so instead of having a 50 or 60% occupancy in January, February, it's actually gone up to more like 70% for a lot of the other properties.
And we
But
could
also,
keep it flat, Pam, instead of, increasing what we thought we were going to get. I mean, if.
but also what we're finding with all of these large projects, the Trailhead Edison work and with the Vons, they're actually, hoteliers are seeing Monday morning check-ins, Friday morning checkouts. So in some cases, I know the Canyon Hotel was, extremely successful in its occupancy this winter for housing a lot of the construction workers.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So I would I wouldn't be surprised if our occupancy doesn't come in higher than what it would have been in years past.
Would be great if that
And our cross-channel carrier counts won't show that because, you're coming over and you're getting the hotel nights for 5 nights, but you're only getting 1 cross-channel carrier count, so.
Okay, the next question, I'm going to let Matt answer that one.
Thanks, Bob. The short answer is I made a mistake. So I had budgeted for an additional harbor supervisor when in fact the intent was just a budget for the incremental wage increase for a harbor patrol officer if in the event they were to be promoted to a harbor supervisor. So that decreased, I think, Cindy, you pointed out there was a $130,000 increase. After correcting the issue, the increase is $42,000, and so that represents a 3.5% increase, which is driven by that promotion as well as step increases in the budget, and the 3% is more in line with what you see with other departments.
Oh, great.
So that
Thank
has
you.
been adjusted.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Are development impact fees in the budget? No. Can development impact fees be used to pay a building inspector? Yes. Could be included.
Yeah, good.
Next one. And then some other budget changes that resulted from yesterday's workshop. We added $10,000 for attorney fees for the SCE water rate case, which was discussed earlier. And we'll be, staff will be circulating a reminder to leaseholders to
That's not
number the
leaseholders.
receipts.
That's admission taxpayers.
Admissions tax.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to float this to council. Can we put a date on this, please?
A date and a follow-up.
A date that, I mean, we really need to see this implemented. It's been worked on for 4.5 years now. It was one of Annie's original items.
It's never been worked on until recently.
Well, I'm just saying, it's been talked about on our perspective for a little under 4.5 years, and it's something that's really important. So is there any way that we can put a date on this and say by, August 31st or September 30th, all admissions taxpayers have to have some form of I think it's a cash situation, but have to have some form of numbered receipts.
Can we report back at the next council meeting or the one after for sure and give you an exact deadline of
Right.
it?
And I think included in that was the caveat that they bring it to you. You shouldn't have to go out there. They should be bringing to you their system. Because what you have sometimes is you have contracts, I don't know, pieces of paper can go in the trash. So you got a contract for something and you got a receipt for something else, and those should be matched as well. But you guys are the finance people, but I can't believe that whoever does those audits has not said that this is an appropriate system all these years. It's crazy. So anyway, yes, so I don't, they were supposed to do it January 1, and only one person replied, and she was in compliance. So I would think that you give them, I'd even go 2 months, but at the end of those 60 days, they've got to be bringing.
I think it's fair to say city manager is asked to bring that back, hopefully sooner rather than later, and so.
We don't need to read the
that
letter,
handles
we
it.
just need to
Yeah.
know that it's happening.
No, we just need to put a date to
Just be a
begin.
report out in the finance departments.
That is, okay, thanks.
Okay, you asked for training budget for planning commissioners. There was already 5,000 in the budget. We didn't talk about that yesterday, so.
We talked about putting another 3 in, didn't we?
Yeah, you talked about
To make
adding
it
another
8.
3.
Yeah.
To make it 8, right?
I think.
Bump it up to 8.
Mayor, that was when we thought it was in Amanda Cook's budget, and she already had some monies for her department.
Right.
And so when you and I had spoken, you had requested it, and I thought we came up with the 5,000, and that's where.
So
Matt
this
had
5,000 would be just dedicated for the planning commissioners and independent of Amanda's
Planning's-
planning
okay.
budget.
Okay.
But if we did want to go to 8, we could certainly.
No,
No,
I think that should be fine.
that's okay. I'm okay with that.
Fine.
Yeah, 5, but that's just
For
for
the
the planning
commissioners,
commissioner, so
right,
that's great.
correct. She has her budget already for that, I think.
Okay.
We'll let Amanda take the next bullet.
Well, I had, I was a little defensive of my revenue for my department, so I went back to through the planning applications and the building permits and the plan checks and to see when all of those actually happened. And for the 4 big projects, they either all the planning or happened in 15-16 or 16-17. And then all the plan check or building permits happened in either 15-16 or 16-17. The only one that happened in the 17-18 budget was the building permit for the Atwater, which was about $27,000. This was about a 30-second conversation with Bob and Matt, and I believe what I found would also support not reducing the planning application fees either.
Okay.
That was my only one.
Okay, we increased the access control project that Pat Grady talked about to $40,000.
And
So-
that was the number he had discussed. We just had the incorrect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had 10 in his budget, and we had, it's really 40,000 is what we need. Okay. Some other items on our list. You asked that we relabel the hospital tax, because it really is a hospital tax. So we relabeled it as pass-through tax. You know, it's really a sales tax. Develop rental rehab assistance program fund, $300,000 allocation that was talked about earlier today, tonight's meeting. And Housing Authority CIP, we removed $25,000 from the budget for the low moderate. It was double counted, I guess. We added $10,000 to the CIP for Front Street shading.
So the next bullet, Pam addresses something you brought up. There was a formula issue with the fund balance schedule, so I've gone back and corrected that as well.
Okay, because there were 2 of them. There was one in the the community development block grant.
Yes.
Got that one too.
Yeah, those didn't affect.
So then we end up with negative fund balances.
Well, so those are in the internal service fund, and they
Right.
would already be factored in the general fund's ending number. So if you look at the general fund, so yes, there is in those specific funds a negative fund balance. Typically, you would have then a transfer from one general fund to another general fund. So on the fund balance schedule, they will wash out, but we chose to show them that way rather than show them with the internal general fund to general fund transfer.
Okay.
Okay, and then the last item on the budget revision list is we adjusted the fuel dock attendant, changed it from part-time to full-time?
Full-time.
Full-time to part-time.
Part-time, all right.
Okay. Next slide. These are items that we need to research and get back to you. RFP for audit, tax, and lease revenue services, homeless mitigation efforts, funding opportunities, underground storage tank, grant funding, we'll be looking at that. Bob Greenlaw, of course, will be following up on that. Solar panels for City Hall and Fire Station. Council participation at conferences and training to prevent overlap. And grant money available for land acquisition or items that we'll be following up on and reporting back to the council.
You guys are, this is fantastic.
Man.
Good. So is there a
We have one more for your consideration.
Uh-oh.
And so we felt that we needed to present you a more complete picture of the mole project and the funding requirements. And so we put together the slide that shows you the 2-year project. So I wanted to ask Bob Greenlaw to stand up and kind of go over this. That's his project there.
Okay, so we're, looking at cash flow, so that, again, that need that we're going to be taking from city funds, because everything, grant-wise, it's a reimbursement, so we spend it and then we get reimbursed. So we're only looking at the net here. So, as we get Cabrillo Mole Phase 1 in this year, we're going to be out there bidding the project here in September and completing it by the end of April or, the start of May, so that we're ready for the visitors. And so you'll see that construction. And our piece of that, that was a $3 million total grant. And this first $70,000 we had to match was for the engineering. And so you have $530,000 left for the construction match on that to match up, 2.3 or so million. And then the Cabrillo Mole Phase 2 project, we just be kicking off the engineering. We, like I said yesterday, that was approximately $1 million effort that we see to get the engineering done. It's going to be a very large scope project, and that's that first piece of that is an 80% that we would see grant funds. So $800,000 would be paid by federal funds, $200,000 to the city. And then the next line item, the harbor wave and sand sediment, so that was the portion for the dredging if we desire to do that early. So it really depends on when do you want to see that project delivered, and of course we have a potential safety issue out there with a 7-foot drop off the wall. We're seeing significant damage over every time we get a major storm event, and we're losing sand from the beach, and then we'll have to replace that. So you'll see very soon here, I'll be bringing that technical memorandum. We do have it in hand. So hopefully at the next meeting you would see the results of that. But we're saying right now that piece of that to get the environmental document done and to get the dredging done would be in the $375,000 range. So, and then all the other harbor projects you can see that are listed is $639,000, and that comes down where our ending fund balance at the end of this fiscal year would be 1.6 million left, and so then we start the next fiscal year, and now we start Mole Phase 2, and the timing of Mole Phase 2 could slip a year, and this we can't slip on Mole Phase 1, but Mole Phase 2 may slip a year, and that's because it's such a large project. Get the environmental document done, the permitting. It's very sensitive to time of year delivery. So if we can't get it ready to go in the same process of getting it done in the fall and getting that window of opportunity, it would slip to that next year. And that's why I said, because we just can't do it during the season. So, what's programmed with the federal funds right now is to deliver it in that 1920 year. And so you're seeing that Mole Phase 2, our match at construction would be $732,000. And then the second piece there is that structural, whatever it is, whether it's the wall, that would be the high dollar piece, or whether we can do it with the floats and the mooring system, which would be much less. But to be conservative, we put the 725 there. That could be a groin wall, it could be whatever that is necessary, something more substantial than was originally out there so that it would hold up. So then that gets you down to where we don't have much fund balance left at the end of those projects.
Okay, and Bob, just so I understand, so you're proposing to use some of the $6 million or whatever it is for Phase 2 to deal with the harbor wave and sand sediment issue?
Or
you're pulling that out of harbor funds?
Right now we're gonna do the projects together, but to be conservative, we're saying that 725 is actually for the construction and for part of the environmental document for that structural repair, because that's what our study said. And so I'm just following what the study said at this point. And we may be good, and we may not need all of that, but we may need half of that.
No, I'm just talking in terms of funding sources. So you're proposing that phase 2, you're just going to use the 6 million all on the mole, right?
So the total project is in the 8.3 or something.
2 whatever it is for the phase 1, and then 6 for phase 2 is how I have it in my head.
No, there actually is more. There's almost $11 million.
Okay.
And so there's $3 million to do
To
phase
start.
1, and there's 8.2 or 3 to do, because we did, with AUDRA, we did acquire some other ferry boat funding, and that was substantial because we initially had a $4 million grant, and then we ended up picking up another almost $4.3 million doing that, just year after year getting those ferry boat discretional formula funds. But some of those, especially that first piece, is aged, and that's why we need to get on that engineering. We get that done, and I think the construction could roll another year. Not that we want that to happen, but it could, you know, and just being that large a project, I didn't want to give the sense that we absolutely will deliver in that year. We could be required to let it roll another year, and that's just because of the sensitivity of the time that we need to deliver it.
Yeah, I guess my question is, rather than spend the 725 on this big structure that we're talking about, couldn't we take some of the 8 million for phase 2 and utilize it for the docking program for
There
the
is
Express?
in that part of that 8 million, so that second set of funds was to start rehabbing the floats. And that could be, that's part of the solution, is we get a different mooring system there, and maybe we don't need all of that 725. It could be just a piece of it, but I just added it in there just to be conservative right now, to make sure that we don't draw down that fund balance to where we're, you know, we won't have it available.
Well, see, here's my frustration. So, Division of Boating and Waterways loves us. They have huge amounts of money for shoreline erosion and things. They gave out $2.3 million, but you had to have filed by February of 2018 to get the money this year. So are we planning to seek those monies next year?
Yeah, it may not be for this project, or it may not be, at least for the dredging, if we want to deliver that early. But there's plenty of projects within our harbor that we still need to spend millions of dollars on the seawall, the revetment, you know, whatever it is, just to make sure that we are doing our preventative maintenance, so that we're going to keep on chasing this thing in an emergency basis instead of being a planned basis with a capital improvement program. So yes, those we will, and we should be applying for those funds anytime they're available once we have that program set up.
And that outfit that we've contracted with is, knows that
Townsend.
those are your all priorities, and that's
Yes.
where they're looking.
Well, and that's the list we asked for, though, right? I would like to see a matchup of projects that we want to do and potential grant funding and what the deadlines are on those, and that we're actually seeking them.
You were sent an
because-
electronic copy of the Townsend grants? Did you not?
Yeah, we
receive
do have a
them?
matrix of that, and that's dynamic, and it will continue
Right,
to add
I would-
as we're
yeah,
working
I
on
would
that.
think that.
Yeah, I
And-
did.
Yeah. So initially, when the department heads met with Townsend, we said, these are the kind of things that we already have projects, they're in our capital improvement program, they're in our general plan, these are the things we're interested in, but please, in these areas, bring other, you know, opportunities to us. And then also, we're trying to do, I think it's wise, and I've done this in other agencies, you set yourself up by getting the engineering done and getting at least some of the
Right,
preliminary.
and that is the problem with
Yeah.
grants, is you position yourself most favorably by doing the work up front. But if we've already recognized that we're going to have to do the projects anyways, then it makes sense to spend the engineering dollars. Because this, you know, I feel the same thing about the sewer plant, that USDA has at least loan money for communities that are 10,000 people or
Yes.
less, right?
And so that's why we are working on, that's why we put the grant application in for the reclaimed water. And the reason we did that was also to study our plant, what is the status of it. Where if we're going to put something on the back end like reclaimed water, what do we need to do to the rest of the plant? So then that builds the CIP and starts building the project. And then we start looking for those grant funds that are available to us, or loans, to get it where we need to be.
And we have some money for the bathrooms out there. What's the deadline on that bathroom money that we have for the mall?
That's part of phase 2. Phase 1 is just the pier.
I understand.
Okay?
I'm
And
just-
then phase 2 is everything else you see there.
Yeah.
Multimodal transportation, the building, the floats, any of that.
I just can't stress enough on that whole mole thing. And there are partners out there that we could find or things for a private-public partnership on that. You know, they're building all that the new city hall in Long Beach and all, I mean, there's some
Exactly.
really major stuff going on that I don't know I don't know if we in this building know how to set up those public-private partnerships. And if we don't know, you know, it's like,
There's firms out there.
I know, and there's some that we've worked with, and I've even reached out,
So we,
who are some of the people we've worked for before in those kind of developments?
I think, Mayor, we'd also talked about this just in general because the Catalina Express and Greg Bombard had brought funding. They had initiated and received funding for the top side, which would be more this phase 2. So that was the initiation of the first conversations about a public-private partnership. So I think those conversations have already
I
begun
know,
to
but
some
that's a
degree.
but that's kind of a small development, but because, you know, as we've kind of chatted, when you look from Don Kanabe Park all the way to the end of the mall and the ramp, that is a huge piece of property, you know, and I'm really concerned about, well, not concerned about, but, you know, when you, multimodal transportation facility, and I hate for it to be a transportation facility. I mean, that's a primary thing that it has to do, but I just see it so much more multi-use than that, and I don't want, and I'm sure you
so
don't.
that's part of the building, and that's part of why we're gonna put that $1 million of effort into design
Right.
team and community input. And the design team will not just have engineers on it, it will have the architects. Hopefully we have we're talking about a competition for what, you know, the building should look like and yeah.
Can we have competitions with universities so it doesn't cost us as much? With university students and things like that? I mean, I don't know.
We can get in.
And I think some of the basic concepts, we've certainly already done the public outreach. We have a tremendous amount of information that Kendall Baldwin put together. And I'm not saying that, you know, that nothing was finalized, but she'd at least done a significant amount of public outreach. And there is some really good ideas that came from that, but it is also, you know, restaurant shade, a relaxing facility,
Wi-Fi.
you know, all of those things. So the discussions are already long since happening of what that facility might look like in terms of what it would present.
That was very limited, I'm sorry, that thing was not worth our money at all.
Well, before we get too far ahead of things,
We gotta balance our
are
budget.
are we gonna do more here to review those things and to talk about the direction it's taking?
The mall?
Yeah.
That we should?
Oh, I think we would, of course.
Yeah.
I don't
We
think
haven't-
tonight's
so we
that
haven't kicked it off
discussion,
yet.
but.
When we kick it off, there'll
Okay.
be plenty of public
All right.
time,
Yeah.
there'll be plenty of time for public
I
input.
just worry that it shouldn't be kicked on simultaneously, that all of the concepts
So-
shouldn't be kicked in simultaneously.
So I think when we successfully run through public, you know, outreach is you'll get tired of hearing me. You'll get tired of the message just changing a little bit, but you'll see everything that people talk about start being incorporated into the next iteration and next iteration. And finally we get to we can't change it anymore. It's really what we want and we move forward. And
Okay, well, then let's go back to this depressing. Because
Okay, well,
it just is what it is. Okay. And, you know, one of my questions, though, is how confident are we that the engineering estimate for the phase 1, you know, all of this relies on everything coming in at budget, which doesn't always happen.
I think
So-
I think we'll make it come into budget what we
Okay,
need
you
to
feel
do.
confident
Yes.
about phase 1?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a good firm on it. We've been outreach to contractors that do that type of marine work, and we have some good input. So, unless everybody's just way too busy right now.
Okay.
Okay, so in terms of the financing of this project, we discussed one option yesterday, And I think for tonight, what we'd like, we don't necessarily, the council doesn't need to make a decision tonight on the financing for this, but we'd like to come back to you with recommendations. Our recommendation that we talked about yesterday was the cross-channel surcharge.
Right. And one of them was a $4 round trip, and the other one was $1.50, and, right?
Yeah, different options. I mean, the lower amount, the slower the funding will come in. And what we'd really like to see is not just enough surcharge revenue to cover the cost of the project, but we're going to create a little bit of a buffer just in case. Councilmember Albers asked a question about what if it goes over budget. Well, there's other capital projects that the harbor needs as well. We haven't even started talking about the other list that JJ just provided us yesterday. There's about 10 items on that list for the future.
Okay, and just so that I understand, so we have implemented a graduated increase over time with the cross-channel carrier and the wharf and the cruise ships, which has not been...
Just the cruise ships.
Just the cruise ship. Just the cruise ship, okay. And how does that impact this? Because we still have one more year's worth of an increase going into effect, or did we spend all that?
3 more years, because it's at $3.50 now, and we get up to $5, and I believe it starts on January 1st of every year. Okay. And I remember the staff report, it was supposed to add an additional $75,000, and my understanding was that monies that the increase was supposed to get us was to be, put aside and put for the mole repair at the time. But I think projects in the harbor have, and I don't know, because I'm not in the finance world, but that was the original intent of the increase, to help the mole.
So that's not
think
that's not a very big amount of money.
No, but I mean,
but
I
it
just...
was better than what we were doing at $2.
Yeah.
Is there any other option? I mean, is there any option of doing an increase on sales tax for a short period of time?
We're up against
You can't do that?
We're capped.
Well, there's two. Let me just comment on that. Yes, that is an option, and you have to go to the voters, and you can put a sunset on it. But once you say you're going to dedicate it to a specific purpose, that requires 2/3 voter approval.
But we can't.
No. State law.
We're gonna go to 10%.
State law states how much sales tax.
Yeah, we're capped, and I'm not sure we're up against the cap, but I know that in the last couple of years, LA County's tried to raise it.
We are, because the hospital counts counts with ours too.
They all count.
We're at
10 cents.
Yeah.
So that's
then
why-
with this increase, we would have to go out to the voters to do this increase, wouldn't we?
No, because it's for the use of our harbor property. And so the wharfage, we have not, it's just a council vote. And we've done that in the past.
Right.
And we're not asking you to vote on that tonight anyway,
Yeah.
just that we would bring you back.
Okay.
We just want to bring the information to
Okay.
you. We wanted to bring, we looked at the 2 funds that would be potential, because they are the ones that could bring this revenue in. So it's TOT or the cross-channel, not the cruise ship, but the cross-channel carrier. And the reason that we suggest the cross-channel carrier, look what it's funding. It's funding the mole, the cross-channel carrier terminal. And so for those 2 projects, and then the other was the sediment, and because part of the result of the study, it showed a little bit, part of the partial condition that caused the erosion was running reverse, the engine in reverse. We thought all that combined, and with a sunset clause of a year, that we raise the funds to get this project done, get these projects done. They're vital for the economics, of the island. So that's the argument we were trying to make. Seemed like it was logical, but I know it's a hard decision, but otherwise we wanted to deliver that message now, because this is what we saw when we put the numbers together.
So what is that environmental fee that the island company has now? Or what's it called? It's down at the eco tax. Can we do an eco tax? Why not?
We're a city.
We're a city.
Well, okay. Then the other question is,
Prop
because
218 doesn't let us do much of anything.
Okay, because some of the damage is, they seem to admit, and you definitely admit, is on the express. Can't we go after them for a couple of bucks? Because if we don't have the mole, they're out of business too. I mean, is that something?
I think we need.
We're out of business.
Yeah.
And we're all out of business.
I guess you look at it, the public-private partnership, we need them, they need us, okay? And
Okay,
then
but
just-
we're putting in money on our
Yes.
side of the partnership.
Yes.
That we don't have.
Yeah.
That we don't have, so is it, can it be a discussion?
Yeah, it's been in the past, it's been a discussion.
And I guess would they pass that on through higher rates?
Well, then they'd look like the bad guy and
Well,
not us.
no, the concept would be in exchange for money for infrastructure for the mall, they get a long-term lease, perhaps for a restaurant, something like that. So it's,
Right,
It's a
right.
string bet.
I mean, something.
And I'll just also throw out there that on October 10th, myself and Grants Administrator Audra McDonald are going up to the Ferries Conference up in Seattle, and the specific discussion is to talk about funding, just some of the legislative overview, some of the funding successes and challenges. So there's possibility, our purpose is to learn about what funding we're not getting that we may be able to go after.
Yeah, and we'll
So-
always be going for additional grants, but we just wanted to make sure that this gap was taken care of. And, if it needs to be cut short, yeah, then so be it, all the better. We'll have plenty of projects to fund in the future too, in the harbor. And, the Green Pier being one of those, that's going to be quite a significant effort as we go over the next 5 years with that, because it needs significant repairs. So that's what we see in our crystal ball, and we're just trying to share that.
Okay.
Well, that concludes our comments.
Don't we have the final page of the fund balance, of the
Yeah.
summary
Yeah.
and?
Yeah, that was the
We don't have it on a PowerPoint, but it's.
So this is with the changes that were noted.
Okay.
Matt, can you send to a printer from there?
We have printed copies.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
So I just have the 19 fund balance and the summary page.
Mm-hmm. Good night, Leslie.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you.
So again, just as a kind of a refresher on the schedule, the beginning balance is where we anticipate beginning fiscal year 19. Operating revenues represent taxes, other service fees, planning fees, things of that nature. Operating expenditures are the maintenance and operations, salaries, contract services. The internal service revenues and expenditures is how the city is able to recoup from other funds for services it provides out of the general fund. We have grants, then projects, capital projects. The transfers in and out are to offset draws on fund balance and other funds. So we have a budgeted transfer from the general fund to the Avalon Transit. The column N is going to give you the net change in fund balance for fiscal year 19, with column O giving you the projected ending balance to end fiscal year 19 and subsequently begin fiscal year 20 with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're spending way more.
So what Bob said yesterday, Taurus, was, oh, a fund balance of 14, that's about whatever percent, so that's not bad. What did you say?
No, he said the 3.3.
Yeah, the 3.3 is about
The
20%.
3.3, the general fund, everything
General
else
fund.
is dedicated to something. I mean, the only thing we have for a rainy day is the general fund.
3.3. And you said that that was a good reserve, or you said that?
I said that for the general fund, it's approximately 20% reserve, which a lot of cities have set their targets at 20% or 3 months' worth of expenditures. But the other funds here are pretty tight, and as Matt indicated,
And that's part of the problem, is that we're only funding operations. We're not, I mean, we call it operations, but it's more than just paying the employees. In order to run the city, you have to be able to maintain things and improve them and build them and all that. And it just seems that we're kind of stuck in this pattern of not moving forward.
well, it might be a good time to begin a discussion of funding options for the future.
Well, no, I think it's actually a good time to start discussing, where do we cut? Where do we say, okay, enough, we can't afford to do some of this stuff? So for instance, all of the stuff that I went through that was the yellow on under the computer stuff, as much as it might be nice, there's probably $60,000 we could save there. The RSG contract, I'm sorry, but there is not $35,000 of work. And if they're charging us $35,000, then something's not working. I mean, there's just needs to be some.
Well, I think there needs to be a lot more work, and there needs to be a lot more information to us. And this is where we had the conversation that, you know, we really wanted to delve into the financials in a deeper way.
And I appreciate,
but,
I mean, the city attorney,
Right.
their contract has been reduced substantially to reflect the fact that this year at least, it doesn't look like we're gonna have substantial legal challenges, let's hope. But I think we have to get creative and find some other areas where maybe we just can't live with. We're gonna have to wait to do some of these things, or we need to look at, you know, how many employees we have. This is not sustainable. It's really not. I don't, you know, unfortunately, when you say, you know, the answer is more funding, well, everything has an impact. You raise the boat fees, and it means, you know, one more person out of 50 says, I can't afford to go, so you're not any further ahead. And that's what's concerning to me. So I feel like, you know, we're kind of rushing through this because it's a huge work and we want to get through it. But I really think we need to spend some time and say, can we really afford this? Could we live without this? Could we get by without doing this on some of these things? Because, I mean, nothing's been taken out of this budget except what was done at the staff level, right?
Yes, 1.5 million.
Right, which, I mean, it was significant considering we don't have the 1.5 million to spend. But I think we need to make that same effort with us.
Could I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
It's not adopted tonight. It's adopted in 2 weeks, next council meeting. Let Denise and the department heads go over the budget with a fine-tooth comb and make sure everything's in there. They're willing to fall on the sword for it. Because, you know, it sounds like we have a nice reserve fund, but when you consider everything, it's not that big of a slice of a pie.
No.
And, I mean, let the department heads look at it and see.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's a good suggestion. And I'm happy to send a list of things that I think, you know, maybe not this budget, maybe the next one, and maybe other city council people could.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, where we're talking about RSG. I mean, the contract is a not to exceed, but yet we don't really have a good idea of what we actually spent and what years those were. So we may have only spent $20,000 in FY18 when it could have been, you know, initial payments from FY17. So that's where I'm saying you know, I agree at the end of the day, the numbers don't look great. I think we have hours and hours and hours of work to do over the next year in preparing for hopefully what's going to be a 2-year budget. but there's a lot of backup. I mean, you've said it over and over again, 35,000, but it is a not to exceed number of 35,000, and I think we need more detail before just cutting something like that out of the budget.
I'm pointing at that as something like, it's how we've always done it. RSG always does it, this is how much they cost, rather than sometimes you need to break it down and say, okay, what are we really getting for that? Is there somebody else that could do it? Or is it really the way we need to do business now, or can we find a better way? I don't mean to just be picking on that agreement.
We also have the
Okay.
mid-year quarterly budget reviews if we need to add something.
Right.
If revenues come in better than there's
Right.
coming less.
Right.
So we're going to come back in 2 weeks with
Yes.
3 weeks?
Well, and like they
Okay.
can, a simple one is they can adjust down the money for the city manager because he's not gonna, that person will come in for 3 or 4 months.
Right.
You can back that money out.
What is that day?
And that part-time maintenance guy, you know, so, and that's,
It's
that's
going
where
to be
that's
the
fine
8th. No, I'm sorry, the 7th. You're right.
Okay.
Closed session.
We're going.
No closed session.
Oh, no?
I know, but we're not ready yet.
Okay, any comments from the audience? Okay, if not, meeting is adjourned.
Good night,
Thank you,
Tony.
Firework, and good night, Tony.
Thanks, everyone.